big blind. I was big blind. Ryan. I've still got one. Yeah. I was big blind last time, didn't it? You couldn't see. Yeah, I can remember. I'm small blind now.
Some Jack X, maybe some slow played pairs. Yeah, I like it.
And wow, he quickly gets called by Leo. Don't get to see what he had, but right off the bat, Keith Johnson with a big double up here.
Looks like ace jack.
18k. Oh, wow. Yeah, very bad river for Leo. And Keith, straight away, doubling up to 518k. So good evening, everybody who is just joining us on YouTube and Facebook. This is live coverage of the 5K High Roller here at the World Series of Poker Circuit Event Series at Dusk Till Dawn. I'm pretty buzzed, Manny. We're down to, I think, the final 15 players. And guys, we will be covering this event until the conclusion on our brand new feature table setup. You know, I've been banging on about it, Manny, but it looks beautiful, I must say.
I mean, the more often you say it, the more I realize how beautiful it actually is. I'm very impressed as well.
I think we got to give a shout out to our team at DTD. They've put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into this new setup, and we're excited as we move forward. And DTD, we are going to be partnering with a bunch of major partners in the coming weeks. Lots of stuff coming up. So if you want to check out what is happening at Dusk Till Dawn, guys, as we begin this stream, please check out our socials at DTD Club and at DTD Live on both Twitter and Instagram. So Manny, what's going to happen? Are we going to do our normal and pick a winner? We can have a little side bet action.
I think we should wait because we haven't even seen 2/3 of the field yet. Andrew, how are you gonna pick a winner out of those 5?
I mean, I love the game. It has to be done. Sometimes you just have to go with it. I'm just gonna do it. Keith Johnson, my man. Let's roll.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Thais Pereira. Very, very good player. Played versus him in a big high roller in Dublin, I believe, and I was out of position against him, and it was no fun.
Oh, it
I
is
can
not
tell you
fun
that much.
whatsoever. I've also played with Mauricio a bunch. Super accomplished. Yeah, quite an intimidating presence at the table, even though he's a very nice guy. So guys, there you can see our tournament clock, and we will update you with the payouts as we go. Looks like around about 170k in the prize pool, Manny. Not too shabby.
Oh, quite nice. I mean, it's always tough on spots where you have lower buy-in to get a lot of runners for the high rollers, especially if it's a 5k, but this one turned out to be quite big. Really love it.
Absolutely, for sure. This is Event 8, guys, of our World Series Circuit Series, the 5k high roller. And if you want to follow the main event action, the big one, that's our £1,150, 500k guaranteed. Myself and Manuel will be covering it to its conclusion on Monday. Very much looking forward to it. So Mr. Dawkins does open the action with the 9-5 of diamonds. Very loose open. We do see a call from Mauricio in the small. Get to sweat with Mauricio now.
Yeah, very, very light open here with a 9-5, especially into very good players. This is not anyone you can push around.
Interesting spot. You would expect this flop to hit the small blind pure range quite often. Working with around about 20 bigs or so.
I would love to see a check back here with a 9. I mean, Thais Ferreira still has a lot of strong hands, double checking this. And as you said before, this is really a range that just smashes the board. That being said, I don't think, because his range is so strong, that he's going to continue many hands that are worse than a 9. This is a very thin bet with a 9-5 for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Mauricio going to still have a bunch of Jack X in his range. And even potentially some Queen X that double check. River is a king. Now, does Paul recognize that he needs to turn this hand into a bluff? If
We
he's
do have
going
a
to continue.
few worse hands. For example, spades. The problem is you don't really want to bluff with spades because you want your opponents to have spades. And that being said, you might want to then use your 9x instead of the spades as a bluff.
Yeah, I would agree. It does go check, check. Looks as if the pot is being shipped to Mauricio. Fortunately, did not see what Mauricio had.
I would love to see it. Every information on this player is a good one, even for us commentators.
Are you taking down notes, Manuel, in case you come back across him in a high roller in the future?
Yes, of course.
Right, back into the action we go. Wow, Paul really going after it. Opening the 9-6 off under the gun.
Wow, and not only opening off a 14 big blind stack. That is absolutely
Oh, and Leo
wild.
only has 5k behind after the ace-jack hand versus Keith.
It looks like a little bit more.
Yeah.
Maybe the graphics are wrong.
Is going to peel, and Paul does come up with top pair. Do get a donk jam from Leo. Going to be a very quick call for Paul. Pocket threes in the big blind is no good for Leo. Gonna need one of the remaining threes, and that is no good. We say GG to Mr. Leo Faraday, out in 15th place, I believe. And Paul with the very wide open, Manuel, paying off.
Yeah, I mean, it was a flip. Very best case scenario, I guess.
Oh, wait a
for
minute.
Paul here.
The chips are not going where we expected.
No.
Did he make a flush on the river? We didn't pick it up.
I mean, no, he did not make a flush. I just see it in the replay, so it must have been a different hand than 9-6. I guess that's the
Okay.
only explanation. I guess it must have been maybe an A6, Queen 6, something like that.
That makes sense.
I mean, 6-10 would have made a straight, and 6-5 would have made a straight. 9-6 makes a pair. Not a lot of 6x left that you are behind against pocket threes.
Well, Leo, you can rest easy, sir. You are back in business from being out the door to shipping the pot and making us look foolish. Nice double up for Leo. Guys, we are down to 15 runners here in the 5K high roller. I'm your commentator for the week, Mr. Andrew Hedley, and joined by my main man, Manuel Zapf. All the way from Germany, Manuel. I know you love Dust Till Dawn. That's a long way to come.
Yeah, it is, but it's really worth it. I think that they have been doing an amazing job over the last month setting up this live stream, and also the action is very, very close to the top of Europe, I would say, if not the top of Europe.
Could not agree more with you, my friend. Yeah, once more, we got to give props to our team who have built this beautiful new setup at DTD. And we have lots and lots of events in the pipeline, guys. Dust Till Dawn already well renowned throughout Europe. And well, Mr. Emrah, the pocket aces on the button, facing an open from Keith. Show tunes going off in his head, Manny, at this point. Working with 20 bigs, aces on the button.
Yeah, I mean, should be a pure call, but of course some players want to mix in some raising here. But it looks as if he did fold the aces. So there must have been something wrong with the graphics again, unfortunately, I believe.
I was about to say it's a pretty big laydown. You know, I'm all for making the money, but you know, I feel like we're going to fold aces. Anyway, back to the action. Paul flopping huge in the big. Open-ended straight and flush draws working for him. Keith does flop top pair. Gonna be checking this flop a lot. Most of our range. And now Mauricio, stuck in the middle, does bet this flop. Looks as if Mauricio has bet flop and been jammed on by Paul. Makes the call. Keith getting out of the way with his top pair. As we can see that Paul has a huge draw. Stands up and puts the jacket on, Manuel. You know what that means?
That means a heart is coming. That additional equity.
Wow, and he does. Oh wait, he has 10-8. So apologies, guys. We are having a few errors with the graphics, making our job a little more challenging. Maurizio was trapping with aces pre, I believe, and then Paul got it in with the 10-8, and he's used the old put your jacket on equity, Manny. Finds the gut shot on the river and doubles through. That would make sense, right? That Mauricio slow plays the aces pre against Keith, gets it in on this flop, but unfortunately for him cannot hold against the 10-8 of Paul.
Yeah, that makes a lot of more sense. He either slow played them or maybe he open raised them as well. One of the two options, I believe it was. I believe the cards are just one position to the left.
Yeah.
Not sure about it yet, but we're gonna have an eye on it.
Have no fear, guys. We are working on getting everything sorted out. Couple of glitches, but you know, Manuel, for people of our experience, mate, it is still a big problem, but we'll get there.
Oh, Andrew, we've been commentating PLO without seeing the whole cards. We can
Oh,
do
yes.
everything.
So action folded round to Leo on the button.
32.
Is going to open. Does make it slightly challenging for us. Hard to imagine he has 555k after going very short, right, with the ace-jack against Keith.
Yeah. But he definitely did have more than this one big blind behind.
It's very true. Keith does defend with the king 10. Flops a gut shot on the queen 9 deuce. Full whiff for Leo. Would expect him to range c-bet this board very often.
22.
Try and fold out some better hand. Do not connect with this board. We can see that Keith is not going to be folding here with an overcarded gut shot.
Yeah, going with the very small 1.5 big blind sizing here.
Yeah, I think I don't mind it. We can get some, you know, complete whiffs, some king highs, some jack highs that don't connect to the board to just fold. He does a check call. Now Leo does pick up a gut shot on the turn. Does elect to take a free one. Interesting spot now, Manny. He probably thinks he needs to bluff this hand.
Check.
Is gonna check.
36.
And Leo knows the only way to win this pot is to bet it. Very small size again, Manny.
Yeah, very surprised to see the sizing, regardless of the holding here. Not typically a board where we have small river sizings in position. Even if the turn has gone check-check.
Probably targeting a hand like just a 10-jack, king 10, king jack that did not bluff river. That works out nicely for Leo, continuing his recovery after the tough ace-jack spot. Have table audio, Manny. Good to go.
Yeah, we do. I don't expect as much table talk as we've had yesterday. And not that many smiles around the table. After all, this is a 5K, so people are really serious, really want to play their A game. I understand it, but it's always nice to have some table audio. In case there's gonna be some speech play, we're gonna hear it.
No me, Manny. I want to bring the table talk back to live poker. Nobody wants to watch, you know, serious faces and stuff, right? You want to hear ill-timed jokes, Scottish banter, random nonsense. This is what we need. Me and you, my friend, we're gonna save stream poker. What do you say?
Let's make poker great again, yes.
Anytime anyone uses that phrase, I think of the Trump. You know, let's make it all great again. I'm not sure we can rely on him to improve the stream quality, right?
But he would be a candidate who would probably be entertaining to watch at the poker table, at least. This high roll is gonna be huge.
I'm so sorry. Right, quickly, get the cards back in the air. There you go, you can see our brand new LED stream in the background. This is the World Series of Poker Super High Roller, guys. We're down to our last 3 tables. Myself and Manny will be covering it to the conclusion. Folds around to Mauricio in the small, working with around about 16 bigs. He does just send it. This is a player, Manuel, right, who's going to be very aware of his ranges, what hands want to open shove off a short stack.
Yeah, not too surprised to see him open shove here. Typically a stack size that we want to be a lot of shoving with our offsuit aces. Even goes up as high as ace jack, ace queen. Out of position, you're gonna get called by a lot of worse hands. But yeah, you obviously put in your low ace x as well.
Yeah, does take a small one down on the road to recovery after the unfortunate spot where he slow played his aces. I think you're right though, Manny. Very serious lineup. I don't think I've seen a single conversation yet.
We're here for the conversations. These five, they have to do their job and play good poker.
Absolutely. All right, so back on Maurizio on the button. Does have the king 10 off.
32.
Coming for an open.
Fold.
Now, Leo, we do believe his stack is now correct. Makes a lot more sense after going very short early in the stream.
Yeah, we're a little bit too short here to think about any shenanigans. Queen 6, a beautiful hand to 3-bet out of the big blind against the button open. If we go a little bit deeper, but around this deck size, I would like to see a call. But in case the graphics were wrong, maybe he had a slightly worse hand.
Look at that screen, Manny. You'll have to see it.
It does look a little bit magical, even, I would say. I would even go this far. From another dimension.
Hopefully we see some out of this world poker. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Terrible. Alright, Mr. Keith Johnson saving me from my horrific puns, opening the Queen 9 of Hearts under the gun. Interesting spot for Paul, facing an open of around about 18 bigs pre. Certainly an argument for going all in here, Manny.
Yeah, it really depends on the open raiser. I think standard would be to jam here. We are 5-handed after all. This is not an under the gun range from a full ring table. This is 5 max poker, and you got to yeah, keep the aggression high.
Yeah, nice pickup for Paul. That's his stack to around about 570k. Blinds are 8 and 16k, guys. This is the final 15 of the World Series circuit. Super high roller event. Cards back in the air. Maurizio folding the Queen 6 of spades. Now Leo unafraid to come in with a light open here, Manny, working with around 13 bigs.
Yeah, that's very light. Queen 3 suited. Again, if we play deeper, I'm very happy to open up this one from the button. Around this deck size, it's a little bit tricky.
Sure does, and let's see how Keith uses the Queen 6. Did just see Leo fold it a moment ago. Is going to defend. Both players with Jack 9 deuce. Looks like a case of first the bet wins. Leo does not see bet, but picks up the 3 on the turn. Is going to bet around about third pot on the turn, clear out some equity, picks up a nice small pot.
Not reach further than this.
guys, as the dealer is sorting out the stacks and getting the cards back in the air. Good opportunity to tell you what is coming up at Dusk Till Dawn in the next weeks. That includes the APAT Tour, which is the Amateur Poker Association Tour. We're going to have the UK Team Championships next week. Always good to see an element of team poker going on. And then also the World Championship of Amateur Poker is coming up in the summer. Manuel, what are your thoughts? Have you ever played in any team events in poker? There's the tag team event at the WSOP that I've played before, and it's a whole lot of fun.
I was about to say no, I have not, but I do remember in my very early days when I used to be a student at a university in Germany, there was actually a poker tournament between the universities of Germany, and I actually went and lost within 10 minutes.
That's longer than I thought you would last, my friend, I'm not going to lie. So what you're telling me is nobody is willing to put their money alongside your money, basically, is what you're telling me. You can't find a teammate.
Well, I could when I was a student, and I still believe if I try very hard, I might get you, Andrew, to play with me one day.
That's booked, my friend, that's booked. You know it's all love. Speaking of love, I know you love those love hearts. That Valentine's Day stream will never leave me. Leo opening the ace-jack of hearts. And Paul with a very disciplined laydown from Paul. We see he likes to get in the mix. Recognizing that Leo's range is strong, and Keith, as he has the aces, is going to slow play. Now Emra could get in some real trouble here if he elects to go for a squeeze.
Definitely a spot where we can think about it. But he calls, definitely fine hand. King Jack suited plays wonderfully post flop.
Does make the call. And will Keith's trap work to perfection? So far, so good. Both of his opponents coming up empty.
Check.
Not really a spot that Leo is going to want to c-bet too often.
No, definitely a board that you can almost check range as the pre-flop aggressor. The big blind connects very well, the button connects fairly well.
75.
So not surprised to see the check here with the ace-jack of hearts.
Should be the end of it. You would not imagine that Emra or Leo will continue.
I mean, Emra definitely with a player behind, without a backdoor flush draw, very easy fold. Leo has a little bit of some backdoor equity going on, but lays it down, very disciplined fold.
Just so shallow, right? Very difficult. You would like to take one off here on the flop. But if he calls here, he's going to be left with around about 3/4 pot only. Keith looking a little disappointed, but no, doesn't always work, Keith, my friend. Anyway, guys, as you can see, we have 2 minutes left in the 8-16k blind level. It's going to be shallow fast, Manny, it looks like.
Yeah, I don't have any information about the chip stakes of the other tables, but at this table we do have quite some players in that 20 big blind area and below. So yeah, it can go very fast. We've seen it yesterday how fast it can go.
You know I like to go on a tangent, Manny, but what about that hoodie of Mr. Dawkins? That's one that's right out of your collection.
Yeah, definitely. I had it a week ago. Now it's gone. I'm not sure where it is. Might be the same exact hoodie. No, I really like the style.
It's pretty
Very,
cool.
very-
I wish I was cool enough to pull that off, I'm not going to lie.
Check.
Anyway, Mauricio opening the Queen Jack. Leo is going to defend. Comes 10-5-3 diamonds. Very awkward these spots,
27.
Manuel, for the big blind defense. We are working with only around about 11 bigs behind.
Yeah, very awkward. But I think at this table, definitely not allowed to fold King 3 offsuit here this shallow. The shorter we go, the more we have to defend, and I really like that defend here. Against
Does
good players.
elect to check rip. Nice hand, Leo. Hand's not really going to improve too often. You do want to deny some equity to random stabs. Very important pot for Leo. Keeps himself above water. Gives me an opportunity to welcome along everybody who is watching the stream on YouTube. Nice to have you with us, everybody. If you want to interact with myself or Manuel, please feel free. Any questions you have, any information you have on the players, any predictions, anything you want to talk about the football, fire in. Anything you like, myself and Manuel will be happy to engage with you. As we go, still on 15 runners left, guys, in this 5K super high roller. Simon asking, great, is this the final table? How many runners? This is a 5K buy-in super high roller. We've got 34 runners, I believe, and we are down to the last 14 or so players. Myself and Manny will be here, taking you through to the conclusion. We will be giving away our 8th World Series rings of the series. Guys, we've had 12 ring, we will have 12 ring events in total this week, culminating on Monday with our coverage of the main event. I'm pretty stoked, Manny. You know I like the glory of the main event.
Yeah, I mean, the glory of those WSOP circle rings and then the main event as well. Very, very excited about the upcoming days. Even this event is huge. We have it right now, the DTD live in the chat.
Well,
Thank
hold
you so
the
much.
phone a second, Manny. Looks like we've got all in on the call. I believe Emra just shipped the King Queen suited for 15 or so bigs. Leo snaps it off with the Ace Jack. Big pot brewing. Leo's going to need to hold here or he is going to be out.
Yeah, they call this one the Valentine's race.
I'm going to have to start calling you Miss Manuel Valentine, mate.
270, 275. Yeah, 275. Let's together. Yeah.
Looks as if they are all in for around about 550k total. There is a queen right in the window for Emra, takes the lead. 8 of spades on the turn. And no help for Leo on the river. Looks as if he is covered. Not getting up though, Manuel. We could have another slight error in the chips.
Yeah, he does have a little bit of rest stack there. I do believe even quite a few blue chips.
We're going to have to make it old school, Manuel. I'm going to investigate the chip denominations. Anyway, big double up for Emra. I believe he was the shorter of the two. He is all in the very next hand. I think the blues are 1Ks, Manny.
Well, then he does have 14 blues, I would say. If the 14k is correct.
Would make some sense. Wow, Keith is gonna attempt to isolate from the small here. We can see it is not gonna work. Expect Mauricio to jam here. does indeed send it. Fortunately for Keith, has to get out of the way.
And very unfortunate for Leo as well. He obviously would have loved to see the 7-6 offsuit instead of the ace-10.
Absolutely, Maurizio in shape to eliminate Leo. Leo gonna need a bunch of help. No good on the king 6-5 flop. And that is gonna seal it on the turn. Maurizio, pair of tens. We say GG to Leo, and I think this time, Manny, he is gonna be gone.
GG, Leo.
GG, buddy. Not much to be done. Couldn't hold off the king queen suited. And he is our 15th place finisher, I believe. Guys, we have the payouts for this event. First place, Manny, £66,500. Second, taking home 43k, 27k for third, 17k for fourth, excuse me. And fifth, taking home 11.4k. Not too shabby, Manuel. 66.5.
Definitely. And it's gonna be the favorite part of a poker tournament for me coming up in a bit. The bubble play, and it's really nice to be able to see the players play it out as well. On some tournaments you only have the chance to see the final table. Here we're gonna get to see the bubble. I love it. What's your favorite phase in a tournament, Andrew?
Favorite phase? Wow. Any time that I have a lot of chips. I know that that is a massive cop-out. I'm sticking with it, mate. Especially live.
So you only like the beginning of a tournament?
Wait! Got him. You know, especially live, right? There's no better feeling than having chunks. You know, you feel like you can run over the table. Like, the bubble can be a lot of fun, as you know, when you've got a lot of chips. Not so much fun when you don't have any.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, you need to wait until that's what I thought.
And coming to the table once more, Mr. Jack O'Neill is back. Saw Jack final table at our Monster Stack event a couple of days ago on stream. Super accomplished player. Very strong players. Jack and Mauricio all in a line talking about the bubble man.
Yeah, he played very well at the final table. Was very unlucky, came in with a bunch of chips, but ended in a rather disappointing position. Maybe he can win the big one here. Definitely has the skill set to do so.
So you guys do have a table redraw. I think we are now down to 14 players. We'll have a new feature table, guys, coming your way after the next break. Little information for you guys. The new players joining the table. We have Gary Spinks in seat 1, Mr. Jack Veal in seat 2, and Jack O'Neill in seat 5. To go with Mr. Paul Dawkins, Johnson, Mauricio Ferreira Pack. I'm just never going to get it right, Manny, am I? And Mr. Emrat Hughes. That rounds out our lineup, guys, at this feature table. We are down to 14 runners. High roll.
Yeah, definitely a challenge for a Scot to pronounce Spanish or Brazilian or Portuguese names. But what can I say? I'm German.
You said it all. Mate, I can't even pronounce Irish. I'm living here now. It's not the easiest.
I was about to say we can't even pronounce our own names.
So However, that's very tight play down on the button.
Yeah, definitely.
Did see him fold Queen 10 of Hearts in play early in the stream, so perhaps taking the cautious route. I mean, it is very shallow, Manny, right? So there is something to be said for just being a bit more selective with your opening range.
Yeah, it is a little bit shallow, but we see Jack coming to the table having over 40 big blinds, so there are some big stacks as well, or some bigger stacks at least. I mean, the tournament has been going on for quite a while, so if you don't have a lot of players busting, well then it's gonna get shallow.
Simon says this seems really shallow for a 5k. It does seem pretty shallow. I think that once we get past or towards the final table, stacks will equalize a little in general. But yeah, going to be some tricky navigations for players, that's for sure.
That's 2 walks in a row. When have you ever seen that happen in a 5k?
Not very often. Mr. Paul Dawkins there has had a strong start to the table.
I don't want to lie to you. When are they going to lie to you?
Now Maurizio under the gun +1 with the ace-8 off is going to come in for a steal. Is round to Keith in the big. Paul not done with this yet, does lay down the Queen 3. Keith going to defend off the 15 bigs.
Yeah, very mandatory call here.
Does come 6-5 deuce. Reach with back draws. Does just take it down with the small bet. Nothing much Keith can do with just jack high.
A very good board here for the big blinds range in general. We did have a little bit of a backdoor flush draw and 2 overcards, so you could definitely think about leading this one with the big blind range. But check fold seems fair as well.
Perhaps a function of what we were discussing, very shallow, not too much wiggle room to go down the streets post for the players on the mid to short stacks. And Mr. Paul Dawkins on the button, waking up with ace-7.
Raise 50.
Jack O'Neill in the big. With the 4-5 off. Paul has sized up a little, opening to 2.5x. Jack does elect to just get out of the way.
A very tricky one. It is a call here, 4 or 5 offsuit against the min raise. Just have to see where do you draw the line. Is it 2.2x, 2.4x, 2.5x or above? It just becomes a fold at a certain point once the button size is up here.
Yeah, for sure. Lovely aerial view there of our brand new stream setup, guys. I've been going on about it all day, but it looks perfect with our brand new LED screen in behind. There's going to be lots and lots of streamed content coming up from Dusk Till Dawn, guys, over the next weeks and months. We will be announcing them as we go. If you want to check out anything happening at DTD, please check out our socials at DTD Club and at DTD Live. Give them a follow, give them a like. You can find both of those pages on both Twitter and Instagram. Lots of live poker action coming from DTD, Manny.
Heads up.
Yeah, there's lots of stuff planned, and the action is amazing. And I'm just gonna take you to the flop now because Gary has flopped a monster.
And he finds the check back. Nice little bit of deception from Gary. Unfortunately for him, does look as if on the king turn, not too much Mauricio can do here. Unless he's thinking about some shenanigans.
I guess you want to have some sort of equity to check raise this. Queen and Jack are very nice blockers to the king, so we do block King Jack and King Queen, but without any equity, I think this is just.
Gary with the resigned sigh. Like that little bit of deception from Gary on the flop. Obviously this board is gonna hit the big blind a good amount. Unfortunate that we didn't get a 10 or a 9 to peel off there, Manny, because I feel like Mauricio may have taken the bait.
Yeah, I think on a lot of turn cards, we're gonna have some bluffing from the big blind here with Queen Jack. Since you said it, the board is really ours in the big blind. This is why the check back is really great. I like it as well. Need to have some strong hands as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Now Jack Veal, new to our table, gonna open the action with the 4s. I know we're not supposed to be biased, Manny, but I feel like I'm team Paul for that hoodie alone. It even matches the background.
It does, and I wasn't even lying. I had one of those that looked basically exactly like it. So I really do love the style.
And we have seen the Emra be quite tight, but he is going to defend the King Queen. We've seen that all of the 4s have been folded already. Emra actually a 60-40 favorite here. Not on this board. 10-3 deuce. Spade. Very good flop for the 4s of Jack.
42.
Is going to c-bet for around about a third. Emra does have an interesting spot here. 2 overs and a bunch of backdoors working for him, Manny.
Yeah, I really would like to see at least some continue here. I don't mind the call, don't mind the check raise, would actually love a check raise. Either way is fine. I think once we go a little bit lower, the Queen Jack, Jack 9 part with the backdoors, we probably have a mandatory check raise, but the King Queen probably good enough to also just check call.
Now Emra does let it go. Pocket 4s, the dream hand in this table so far. Guys, we are down to the last 2 tables of this 5k super high roll. If you're just joining us, welcome along.
Okay, balance, please.
We're down to 2 tables, 14 players left. We're paying out 5 spots. £66,500 up top, plus one of our landmark 12 World Series of Poker Circuit rings to be awarded to the winner. 5th place will take home 11k. He will be on the bubble. You know, Manuel is a bit of a sicko. He likes the action. When there's 6 left, 6th place will take home £0. 66.5k for the win.
Yeah, we want to see the blood on the feld. You said it earlier this week.
Potential for some blood here. Jack opening with the ace-9 of diamonds off around about 23 bigs. Mauricio 22.5 bigs, ace-queen off. Is just going to ship it. Difficult spots these for Jack. Jack is very aware that Mauricio is more than capable of shipping all the pairs. Bunch of Queen Jack, Jack 10 suited types. Potentially even some hands like King Queen off. But Ace 9 of diamonds not strong enough to call it off, Manny, for his tournament.
I think versus Maurizio, he's probably the only player right here in this scenario where you really have to think about calling this one off. It's Ace 9 suit, and as you said, there is a lot of hands in this range that we have beat, but I do like the laydown. It gets really tricky though once we reach the Ace 10 suited.
Jack will attempt another open here with the King Queen.
Raise 40. Fold.
Emra does continue his tight pre-flop play. Snap folds the 9-10 of diamonds. Jack gonna defend with the King 10. He is dominated by Jack. Both players flopping gut shots to Broadway. Jack with the 10 of spades working for him.
25.
Interesting spot here, Manny. Certainly cannot fold to one bet, especially this size.
No, I think it's often going to go bet call and bet fold on a lot of blank turns. This is an interesting one. Let's see if Jack decides to double barrel here without a spade. I would believe so.
Very interesting. Jack in general. In fact, we're going to have to call them Jack 1 and Jack 2. Jack Veal, Jack squared in the big. Likely to have a few more flushes. We are going to have some turn checks, right? And then bet river as a delay for value. As O'Neill, he is going to double barrel.
Yeah, I really like it. Also a good combination. If the river goes spade, that we can just fire through. We have equity once we hit our gut shot. So yeah, all the good qualities of a bluffing hand.
Nicely played from Jack 1. Sorry, Mr. Jack Veal. You're not number 2 in my heart, but we have to make it simple.
I mean, it's just been decided by the win of this hand, right?
The Battle of the Jacks.
Funny enough, Jack needed a jack to win this hand.
Which one? All right, cards back in the air. Now Emra with the King Jack of spades.
Raise 45.
Action from the cutoff. Here they are again, the pocket fours, Manny. Jack does peel. Ball in the big blind with the 6-2 off. Is going to get out of the way.
Heads up.
Interesting flop. Emra flopping a king high flush draw. Jack though with pocket fours on the 6-6-7. One of the better flops for that hand.
30.
And we're gonna go to a turn here at least.
Heads up.
Jack does check call the fours. Proves to a gut shot on the turn 3. Interesting decision now for Emra about whether to barrel this hand or take a free one.
That 3 connects very well with the big blind range, but this is the small blind, so I would actually not mind another barrel. I don't think we can expect too many check jams here. And
Oh,
look
and
at that.
look at this river, Manny.
Jack definitely is going to find a value bet now. The question is only, is he going to find the bet fold against Emra's jam, I believe.
Sick run out. We have seen Emra play very cautiously, but you would imagine he's got to jam this one.
Yeah, that might be a little bit of the Jack's problem here. He has not played with him. He just came to the table, so he does know that this man has been playing cautiously.
5 seconds.
I believe we're going to see an all-in all of the time here. And it's going to be a tough one for Jack.
All in.
Does send it. And this is a very gross spot now for Jack. Is a hand like 8-9 ever going to shove Manny without a flush? I don't think so. Really only beating bluffs, I think. Something like Ace of Spades X, which could potentially run a bluff.
5 seconds.
I think all those overcards he's definitely going through. The king, queen, the queen, jack with 1 spade that just kind of semi gives up turns. That now thinks, why not try some shenanigans? Jack can easily still value bet any 1 pair hand here on the river. We all get those to fold. Probably that's going through Jack's minds now. How often does my opponent use those combinations as a bluff? Because if we only have the ace of spades as the bluff here, I think compared to the value combos, this is not really going to be enough to make the call here with 4s. Especially when we have 2 4s in our hand, we kind of block the opportunity of a chop pot here.
Jack really in the blender.
Now it's time for some table talk, Jack. We need some additional information.
It does make a very nice laydown. Well played, Jack. We're going to have to promote him now. He's Jack number 1.
He's the Jack of Spades.
Nice laydown, Jack. Nice pickup for Emra. Pretty sick river. Exactly the 5 spades. As we have our dealer changeover, there's an opportunity, Manny, to ask you, what are your plans over the upcoming weeks and months?
Well, I have a big date here.
What are you up to?
In my calendar? It says Monday stream final table with my good mate Andrew, so that's a highlight on Monday. Besides that, I'm going to be streaming a lot of poker on Twitch, lads. Make sure to give me a follow. Twitch.tv/neverfoldq5 if you like MTT puns. It's the place to be.
Fold.
Guys, I can promise you he'll certainly punt a bunch off for your viewing pleasure.
Fold.
Sorry, buddy. Anyway, back into the action. Emra finding a little bit of heat. Ace queen in the hijack.
45. Fold.
Oh, wow. Jack waking up with ace king on the button. Very interesting, these dynamics. Sometimes looks like your opponent could be steaming over the previous hand. Emra gonna have a really tough decision here with ace queen. And wow, Keith is walking up in the big. He's found the jacks. This could be good news for Emra, right, Manny? Should be able to get
Yeah,
away from
this could
now.
actually save Emre. I would really love to see a 4-bet shove here with ace-queen if Keith is not involved, but now he is involved. Now maybe that actually gives him the chance to get away. But it's still ace-queen, we're still only 7-handed. This is a very, very strong hand. You're playing in a 5K against aggressive GTO players.
Sorry.
Maybe you need to get ace-queen even in here. I wouldn't blame him.
Is going to count down the stack. Will be conscious that Keith's all-in range here is going to be very tight. With basically, well, with confirmed no fold equity against Jack's 3-bet.
Yeah, and he also took about less than 5 seconds to get in those pocket jacks. I think that even reduces his range. And
Nice
yeah, very.
lay down from Emra. We are off to the races. It's the classic. Ace king for Jack against Jacks.
Yep.
500k in the middle. Very safe board so far for Keith. Just has to fade any of the remaining aces and kings and he will double. No help on the turn. Does fade the river. Big double up for Keith Johnson. More than doubling up from 210k up to 500. A couple of blows to Jack's stack within the last few hands.
Yeah, that's sometimes how it goes in MTT poker. You find the good laydown, save a lot of chips with the pocket fours on the river, and immediately get punished, even though you did everything right. Just gotta win your flips, right?
Yeah, sometimes it's just going in. One of those.
Yeah, Emre must feel really good about himself, about that laydown. Winning the big pot with King Jack suited and then finding a hero fold right after. Maybe some
Absolutely,
momentum there.
Yeah. Absolutely. As you can see, guys, there is our tournament clock. Blinds are up 10,000, 25,000. We are playing a 30-minute clock. You can see, guys, we are paying out 5 players in this 5K super high roller. Here at the World Series of Poker Circuit Event Series. Coming to you from dusk till dawn. Mecca of European poker, baby. I'm trying out that tagline, Manly. What do you think?
66,500 pounds plus a golden WSOP circuit ring. I think you can use the word Mecca of poker.
Now, Paul, we have seen, not shy to put the chips in, is going to come in for a light one with the King 5.
70. Fold.
Jack waking up with ace-8 off, just a shade under 20 bigs. No, he's not folding.
Yeah, Paul again going with a bigger sizing here, raising to almost 3 big blinds, slightly under. I think with that much money out there, Jack is most likely to gonna take the jam approach.
Does indeed. In these larger opens, although you can get some sort of mediocre hands to just fold pre, you do give your opponent a very good price on the shove. Jack, aware that Paul is open and wide enough, takes it back with a very nice rejam. The likes of Jack and Maurizio not going to make too many mistakes pre-flop, Manny, on these reshoves.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if they do. Played with both. Very, very solid, very good. Dangerous opponents on the felt. They're not sitting in the 5K for no reason.
Emra back in the mixer with the king queen.
55. Fold.
Does open the 55k.
Fold. Fold.
Is going to fold round to Maurizio. Very nice suited connector in the big. Does defend 7-8 of diamonds.
That's more like 6. At least 5 to do it, I'll blow. That's at least 60. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And wow, what a flop we have here. Bottom 2 pair for Maurizio. Top pair and the queen high flush draw for Emra. This could be chaos, Manny.
Yeah, absolute crazy. Look at the percentages here. They're absolutely flipping. And I don't see any way this does not go in. I mean, maybe if we decide to check raise the 7-8 and the king queen only calls, there can be some extra killers on the turn, of course, but we're definitely going to see a big pot.
85.
Very interesting spot as we go down the streets. Emra will be debating either shipping it or calling. Makes the grimace, Manny.
Yeah, but this time it's no Hollywood. He really has a decision what to do here. It's not like he's sitting here with an ace-high flush and does the grimace.
He does ship it, and Maurizio is not going to be folding bottom 2 at this depth. And here we go, guys. Biggest pot at the feature. And wow, it's basically a pure flip. Huge pot. Gonna be just shy of $1 million, I believe.
Sorry, 550.
Who's going to win this? Jesus. Who's favourite here?
Maurizio looking to fade kings, queens, and hearts. And boom, he cannot do so. Nut flush for Emra. Maurizio dead to a 7 or an 8. And no good. One of the most dangerous players in the field. Maurizio, GG. Good game, buddy. Best of luck in the main event. Sometimes, Manuel, it's just a cooler and you have to hold off your opponent.
Yeah, as you said, it was a flip. Definitely a lot of money going in there, as we predicted. Yeah, you need to win your flips. Guys, practice it at home. Get out a deck of cards and start flipping with your brother or your sister. So you're prepared for the big ones.
I mean, does that work, Manny? Let's be honest here. Has it ever worked for you?
No, never.
As you can see, guys, this is the World Series of Poker Circuit Super High Roller on our beautiful brand new stream setup. A huge win there for Emra, and he is on the move. Up over $1 million, I believe now, Manny.
Yeah, huge stack. Made a great laydown with the ace queen. Caught a nice river with the king jack suited, and now wins the flip with the king queen offsuit. He has been playing a little bit tight at the beginning, but he's still finding those mandatory open raises to get himself involved with those face cards. And yeah, nice stack, well done. Gonna be very excited to see how he performs during this tournament.
I would agree. A very strong, solid style. Paul Dawkins back in the mix. We are down to 12 players, I believe, guys. Possibly 13. We're paying 5 players. 11.4k for 5th. 17k for 4th. 27k for 3rd. 43,000 for 2nd. first place, £66,500, and our world shoes over the circuit event ring to this 5K super high roller. Guys, as always, welcome along anybody in the YouTube chat. Feel free to engage with myself and Manuel. Kevin says he'll be there in 15 hours for the 1100 main. So hyped for a good day. Best of luck, buddy. Make a run, get on stream. Then we can, you know, compliment or absolutely destroy your play based on how you do.
Andrew is a nice one. Don't worry.
I'm in there giving them, you know, props for making the play, and Manuel's the German GTO guy who's just going to absolutely slaughter you. It'll be fine. It'll be fine, Kevin. Don't worry about it.
Anyways, no matter how you finish, make sure to come back and update us. Always nice to hear back from our viewers, even if they did not make the final table, how their performance was and if they had a good time.
35.
Well, good to see here. Emra opening up, does complete in the small with the 8-4. He's going to take a little stab here on the turn against Gary's Queen High. Should get the job done.
I believe so. Would be surprised to see a call here with a very, very bad Queen High as well.
Absolutely, and it's all Emra at the moment. Up to 1.2 million in chips. Lines are 10k, 25k, guys. We are playing on a 30-minute clock. Myself and Manuel will be here right through to the final table and all the way through to crowning our champion of the 5k super high roller. Stay with us. Excited to see how it's going to develop as we approach the money bubble.
I like these a little bit smaller fields a lot, because once you min cash, you're basically 5 players away from winning the entire thing. So there's always a special feeling in a small player field. It's not the marathon fight of a 4-day main event, Andrew.
Yeah, always nice to have the opportunity in a one-day event, you know, to take home £66,500, Manny. You wouldn't be hating it.
No.
Interesting here, Gary does call from the small with the Queen Jack. Facing the hijack open to Keith. Jack is going to complete and Gary is going to...
Check. Check. 50.
Oh, he went for the fake lead, Manny. The old pick up some chips and say you're going to put them in. Keith, though, not concerned, does see bet with his flop 2 pair aces and nines.
Very interesting. I mean, it does not really mean strength now, but would be interesting to see
I would have loved it if
he-
he found it.
if he does that as well with an ace.
Nice pickup for Keith. Keith Johnson, very experienced player. Up to 626k. I really wanted him to go for it, Manny. The old pick up your chips as if you're going to lead. Then check min raise with the Queen High.
Ah, that would have worked too. I'm snap folding pocket kings to that line.
I've never seen you fold in my life, my friend. Now, Emra back in the mix with the King Jack off. But danger afoot. Gary's woken up with the airlines. Working with 18 bigs. Can he find the slow play? Does look like a 3-bet. Obviously very easy when we can see the cards, but would have liked to have seen just a call here playing 18 bigs. Tricky spot now for Emra, Manny.
I totally agree. Would love to see the button flat with the aces. I don't mind getting in the 3-bet with the kings or queens, but aces are just too good.
Gary, disgusted. I think also with two very aggressive players behind in Jack and Paul, could be a very nice spot to just call. You're going to get some squeeze shoves behind from these players. Unfortunately for Gary, Emra with just the King Jack lets it go. He's getting the classic moan in now, Manny. Twice I've had them. Twice I didn't get paid.
I thought, please have king, queen or something.
Goes on as well.
You should have flattered Gary. Come on. Now Jack with the King 9 of clubs. Very viable opening candidate. Is going to come in for a min raise.
50. Fold.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I thought I'll probably get double threat, so I'm going to raise.
Fold. Fold.
Paul, we have seen not afraid to put chips in. Is considering this.
10 seconds. Fold.
Does get out of the way. Now here's the real question, Manny. Has Jack just not fully put his jumper on, or is this a new kind of European fashion?
I'm gonna take the safe one here and gonna go with option number 1. I don't need to call my telephone joker. I'm gonna lock it in.
Listen, I'm just jealous. I don't think I have the style or panache to pull off that look. Emra, it feels like Emra has been in every hand for this last half an hour. Does wake up with the ace jack.
50. Fold. Fold.
I'm very confident now as well. After laying down ace queen, looking into ace king and jacks, laying down king jacks, getting shown the aces. It's basically hasn't had a misstep yet, so he must feel good. It's a very good flow he's in.
Absolutely, very tricky spot now for Jack. As we can see, he is dominated. Could go either way here, I believe. Some potential to 3-bet. Is just going to complete. Queen, queen 3 on the flop. Would expect some very small c-betting here from Emra.
30.
He does exactly that for a roundabout quarter pot. We are going to get lots of auto folds from Jack. As we can see, he doesn't have one of them. Very unlikely to fold ace-10 here versus such a small bet.
I would say it's a very clear call. Folding is not really an option. We have too strong of a hand. Raising, really not the type of hand you want to turn into a bluff. So yeah, really like the call. Let's go to a turn.
Turn is the 9 of hearts. You would expect check, check here a large amount of the time. Question is, will Jack decide to turn his hand into a bluff or think he has enough showdown on the river? River is the 7 of diamonds.
Very interesting on the turn since all of his flush draws get here. He has a bunch of queen X still in his calling range. He has some 3x, some pocket pairs. Not many worse ace X, especially with the 9 and the 7 completing on turn and river. I would like to see a bluff.
I would agree very much, my friend, but he is going to take his showdown. Going to be very disappointed to see Emra has him pipped. Yeah, interesting spot. One of those where it may be one of the worst hands we get to the river with, Manny, after check calling flop.
Yeah, I mean, we're not at the absolute bottom of our range. We still have some king highs, obviously, and some worse ace highs. This might be a GTO bluff, but maybe he thinks that in this scenario he's going to have more showdown value than he would have compared to a GTO world or compared to an online table. So I do see some arguments for checking here as well.
Sure. You see a close-up of Mr. Paul Dawkins' magnificent hoodie. I didn't realize. I mean, look at the fashion on display at this 5K, Manny. Mr. Gary Spinks looking very fashionable.
Gotta love that jacket.
I know. Paul with the ace jack in the cutoff. Very easy open.
All in.
Wow, he just shipped it.
Fold.
Does just jam for 21 bigs. See Emrah not going to be calling with ace deuce. What's surprising, Manny, to see an open shove there?
Yeah, me too. Typically not the stack size. We're gonna do a lot of open jamming. I've seen it a lot. I've been doing in the American live games in Las Vegas. People tend to shove a few more big blinds than in Europe, but yeah, this was just a little bit too much, I believe.
Now Jack, after a very rocky start to this feature, is down now to around about 15 bigs.
All in.
He is also going to ship it with the ace jack. Around about 15 big blinds.
Fold, fold.
Yeah, definitely a plusy V shove. It's gonna make chips, but also would like to have this one in my min raising range, to be honest.
Not sure if you caught that on the stream, guys, but Gary.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Basically, guys, what Gary said was, oh dear, how much is that?
You got an ace?
330. 4.
That's a little bit less than we thought, Manny.
Oh, that-
334k.
That explains the open shove then.
Yep.
That position, you must have something.
Shows
Oh,
the
he
ace
finds
eight.
the fold with the ace eight of hearts. Nice fold from Gary. Round about 13 big blinds effective. They're keeping us on our toes today, Manny. The stack sizes, gonna have to keep our eyes peeled.
Yeah, but I'm really gonna have to watch out for not criticizing people shoving too many big blinds when they in reality have less. Sorry for all my missteps, and also sorry in advance for the ones that are coming.
Gonna have to watch out for our friend in the chat, Mr. Friedrich. He won his ticket in a Twitter giveaway, Manny. I'm already rooting for him. But before that happens, Emrah, you got away from ace queen once. Gonna be tough to do it this time. Raising the button with the ace queen. Gary shoving 25 bigs, 20 bigs, excuse me, from the small with ace king of spades. Big cooler here, Manny.
Yeah, this is just a call. Nothing you can do. Very happy to get an ace queen here. I always say when I have these spots, I would even go to the ATM and get some more money to put in the middle. That's how good ace queen is.
It's a little more than we thought, 562k, we believe. Gary with the fist pump.
Slowly, yeah.
Right steer.
It's alright, can we see? Yes.
Great spot to get the money in. 1.2 million in the middle. 10-7 deuce on the flop. No hearts for either player. Gary looking to fade the queen for the double. Are some chop outs now on the turn? Any 10 or 7, and Emerald would find a chop. The river is a king, and it is a full double up for Mr. Gary Spinks. Was not punished, Manuel, by the poker gods for the premature fist bump. I'm loving Gary. What a character. Big double up to 1.2 million.
Thank you, my dear. It's true what they say about you. You're beautiful.
Thank you.
He even had time to get a little bit of charm into the dealer, Manuel.
Started this feature table very calm, not much table talk. I'm very happy to see this. We need this. We need more of this.
Gary Spinks is the hero we need. We said we wanted to bring back table talk. Nice double up for Gary up to 1.2 mil. Guys, for anyone just joining in the YouTube chat, in the YouTube streets, this is the 5K super high roller. As you can see in the background there, out of the World Series of Poker Circuit Event Series. We're coming to you from dusk till dawn in Nottingham. Thank you very much for joining. I'm Andrew Hedley, and joined in the booth by my good friend and co-pilot, Mr. Manuel Zapf. I believe we are down to 12 players, and we are going to be taking you all the way through to crowning our champion. Winner taking home £66,500.
And don't forget that ring, Andrew.
How can I forget? You were giving me a lot of abuse at the fact that I did indeed have never won one over my illustrious. Now I say the word illustrious, but yeah, over my illustrious poker career.
Yeah, the winner here tonight will have one more ring than Andrew. And even my grandmother said one ring is better than none. She was talking about onion rings, though.
Oh.
Well, still is correct.
I was just giving you the opportunity to tell your 12 rings joke, but you missed the chance. Anyway, Keith is in there under the gun, opening with deuces, very wide open. Gary does call with the Jack-9 of hearts on the button. Jack, an interesting spot to just call, Manuel. Working with only around about 14 bigs pre. We are going to go 4-way. Flop is 3-5-7. Jack does have the best of it with the sixes.
A very weird spot here with a call from the sixes and being 4-way.
And we are in the weeds, as we say, with this one.
125.
Gary is going to stab with the worst hand of the 4. Now, what do you do with sixes?
I mean, if the graphics are right and we actually have just pot size left, I think even though this is 400, we probably go with this one with the additional gut shot to our pair.
Very interesting spot. Yeah, forced out of the way. And wow, is Gary going to take this down with the worst hand of the 4? Believe the action is on Paul.
You know, I do believe we're 6-handed, 7-handed. Makes a big difference.
Look at this, the Jack-9 of hearts of Gary Spinks gets 3 better hands to fold, Manuel.
Definitely some momentum here.
Yeah, what a pickup for Gary, and he is up to around about 1.5 million. Excellent chance to test out your pop culture knowledge now, Manny. Do you know what Faulty Towers is?
Oh my goodness, Andrew. You're always testing me on my knowledge, and so far I'm 0 out of 2. Let's make it 0 out of 3, shall we?
There was a very famous television show in the 80s, I want to say, might even be 90s, called Faulty Towers with Mr. John Cleese of Monty Python fame. And there was a waiter called Manuel, who was a very slapstick character, shall we say. And yeah, Kevin in the chat says, Manuel and Andrew Sachs, do you stack your chips into Faulty Towers? Great show, Manuel. I recommend you check it out. It's a cult
I
classic.
have to do it, yeah. What can I say? In the 80s and the 90s, I only watched German television. That was a big mistake.
So Emra back in the mix with the Ace-3 of clubs, now that I've stopped talking about cult TV classics. Keith defending the 10 Jack of diamonds. Potentially could have reshoved pre here, Manny.
Yeah, potentially. Not sure if Emre is the guy we want to do this against, but definitely some options. Very interesting check here from Emre on the flop.
Flop does go check, check. I would have expected Emra to just come in with a very small flop bet, get some protection. He is going to give Keith a free river. Does improve to trip threes. Now will Keith take the bait and try and bluff this board?
Somewhere in the middle. We do still have worse hands, but we should start bluffing at some point, I guess, with the jack highs.
Emra, it has worked out perfectly. Keith with a chunky 100k river bet. We know that Emra is going to send it. Somewhat non-standard line post works out perfectly. You can see our floor director coming to take away a big blind. So I believe we may be down to 10, guys, as we approach the final table. We will say goodbye for now to Mr. Keith Johnson to balance the tables. As we balance the tables and get the cards back into the air, gives me an opportunity to let you guys know what is coming up at Dusk Till Dawn. We now have a new monthly tournament, the DTD 100, Manny. 100k guaranteed every month at only £120 buy-in. Great chance to take home big money. Regularly seeing prize pools of over £120,000. And of course, on Monday, guys, if you enjoy tournament poker, we have coverage of the main event of this World Series of Poker Circuit event series. We will be covering all of the final day's action. Myself and Manny will be here starting around about 5 p.m. on Monday. That has a 500k guarantee. So yeah, if you enjoy tournament poker, that is our final ring event of the series. Look forward to crowning our 12th Series of Poker Circuit event champ.
Are we gonna have an Andrew prediction of the first prize money this time?
I was so far wrong last time. So wait, right. I'll be a little bit more reserved for once. So what is it? 500k guaranteed, right? So it's gonna get 800k. Let's go with that. So let's say first place, £150,000. You think? That's reserved.
Andrew, I love you. I hope you're right. I hope you're
Optimism,
right.
my friend. You have to be.
Would be amazing.
Now Gary switching it up, comes in with a limp under the gun. Now Jack getting an attractive price to complete with the 6-4 of clubs. Trying to work out if this limp is strong, is going to complete with the 6-4. But checking his option. Queen 9-6. Jack does flop best. So Gary with a lot of equity with his gut shot, and there it pings in on the turn. Emra with some potential to get in trouble here with a double gutter.
Now the real question is, if Emre is gonna check fold this, are we gonna get to hear some complaints after 2 folds?
Gary does come in for value on the turn. Big bet though, a roundabout pot. Actually don't mind this sizing in general, unblocking all of the pairs. You can see it's probably going to get 2 folds. And 3, 2, 1. Gary Spinks, what a legend. At the moment, Manny, it's all going Gary's way.
Yeah, ever since he won that big pot with ace-king against ace-queen, fairly big cooler small blind versus button. He's been picking up some momentum, getting his chip stack very high. I mean, you see those towers over there. That's where the chip lead is at this table.
For those viewing at home, the blues are 1Ks, yellow chips are 5K, pinks are 25K. We do have some green and grey chips that will come into play. Anyway, Jack sending it under the gun for around about 9 bigs. Just a shade under 10 with the queen 7. Emra with a close decision here, 5-handed Manny. Wow, Gary has found it. Waking up with another premium hand in the big. Gary Spinks, pure entertainment, finds the pocket jacks. Jack Veal in trouble, gonna need to find one of the remaining 3 queens in the deck.
First light spot he took today, and immediately jamming into the nuts.
And no good for Jack. We will say GG. Good run for Jack. Didn't quite go his way at this feature table. Sometimes that is the way it goes, Manuel, and I believe he is our 10th place finisher.
Yeah, he made a great laydown earlier with the pocket fours. Unlucky flipping the ace-king against the jack, and now just running into the jacks again. Jack gonna be scared of the jacks. They ended his tournament.
And that is the last Jack standing, Mr. Jack O'Neill. I believe we are down to 10, Manny, approaching the final table.
Yeah, and being down to 10 also means being 4 away from the money. It'll be interesting to see how the bubble factor is gonna come into play. Also very interesting dynamic when the chip leader, here he is, Gary, is usually not the guy to put on a lot of pressure. We've seen him limp some king jacks before from early position, so let's see if that changes now.
Paul does check his option in the big. Does turn a double gutter. Quick check behind. We see both players making a straight on the river. Certainly a potential for Paul to have bluffed the turn there, I think.
Yeah, I think it's a missed opportunity. The board is really good for us. We're going to get so many folds from better hands. We can bluff some nice rivers, and sometimes we get there.
Gary just checking if he indeed has a straight. Paul with the raise to 100k. They are going to split this one up. Gary consolidating his chip stack, must be close to the chip lead. Manuel from No Table Talk earlier. It's an explosion.
Yeah, it definitely is. And even close to the bubble, that is so funny. It's usually where people talk a little bit less, but this time it's the other way around.
Nice to allow the viewers at home to listen in. Mr. Gary Spinks. Wow, Paul has ripped the 8 deuce off in the small, and he is going to be in a world of trouble here. Jack finds the pocket 8s, has him in terrible shape. 95% to win.
What a feeling that must be, calling with the 8s there and actually
Wow.
finding the 8 deuce off.
Oh, wow, and the case 8 just drills the flop. Paul drawing dead.
Oh
on
my
the flop.
god.
Oh my goodness. Oh wow, what a run out. Paul has found the split. And the stream goes wild.
I've never seen a split pot celebrated that much on a live stream.
If we have any moderators in the chat, that is the clip of the night. Look at Jack's face. What a hand. And Paul right back at it, shipping the king 4 of spades on the button. Around 16 bigs. The only person in the room, Manuel, who didn't enjoy that is Mr. Jack O'Neill.
Yeah, what a brutal run out there. I mean, you're very safe even pre-flop. I mean, what an amazing feeling to look at the 8 deuce there when you have pocket 8s. Flopping an 8 and still not winning the hand. Absolutely crazy. And Paul must feel invincible now. I mean, of course you're going to shove king 4 suited if you manage to split 8 deuce versus pocket 8s.
As we let you guys listen into the table talk after that wild hand. Emra does limp the small with 10-7. Gary gonna check his option. Queen 4-6. Quick check. And nobody showing willingness to stab at this one. Emra is going to take it down with the 10 high.
Did you hear what Gary just said? He just said, those things normally only happen online.
Sounds just like you, Manuel.
I'm not the only one. A classic case here in the blind battle of whoever bets would most likely win this one. Very surprised to see both 9 high and 10 high just check it through there.
15:30.
Yeah, perhaps the players getting swept up in the jovial nature at the table. Everyone's heads still spinning from that crazy runner chop. We are 10-handed, guys. I believe the final 2 tables here of our 5K Super High Roller here at the World Series of Poker Circuit Event Series. This is Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham. And we are approaching our final table. Winner gonna take home £66,500 plus the World Series of Poker ring. Jack is gonna send it with the King 7 suited. Jamming for around about 14 bigs. Does get it through.
Yeah, probably taking into effect here that the big blind ante of whole big blind 30k makes this jam very, very valuable if it works. Only 4-handed, so 1 additional big blind is just very huge.
Absolutely. I believe we are actually down to 8 players, Manuel. That was my mistake. 2 tables of 4. So this is the final table bubble. Gary waking up with another monster. Emra with a disciplined fold, 4-handed, folding the Jack 10. This would be a very bad time for Paul to get out of line. Does get out of the way.
Yeah, this shallow I would expect to defend here from Jack. Any suited hand is good. Of course we're close to the money, but he is the shortest in stack, so it's not like he's risking a lot here by not defending the short stack. And yeah, he does find the call.
Heads up.
Does indeed make the call. Queen 9-7 with 2 clubs.
200.
Fortunate for Jack here that he did not catch too much of this up against the Kings of Gary. And that should be the end of the hand.
Yeah, Gary making sure that there's no shenanigans going on with the big size. Really just putting it in basically.
Did you show both?
As you see there, Mr. Gary Spinks up to close to 2 million. Everything going his way at these final 2 tables. Does fold round to Jack. 13 bigs in the small with the King 10.
I believe we're going to see an all-in here. A very standard shove. Going to be very interesting to see if Emra is going to call the pocket force, though.
Does indeed ship it in. Very awkward spot here for Emra on the FT bubble for around about half of his remaining stack. is, of course, a hand we would call for chips. We are approaching the money bubble. Very awkward spot, Manuel.
Especially because Emre is not a big stack. He is one of the mid stacks. So losing 400k here almost would mean a lot for his position. So this could be, if he calls, it's definitely a very deciding pot for him as well. So fours, really, really awkward spot. Could go either way.
And he makes the call, ready to run it. Big flip here between Jack O'Neill and Emre Yields. No help to Jack, 8-5-3. Needs a king or a 10 or he is gone, and Emre finding the hold with the pocket fours. Very unfortunate turn of events for Jack. After the flopping set of eights, somehow chopping, and he is gone in 8th place.
He was
I
very
believe
unlucky
we are
yesterday,
down to 7th.
even more unlucky today. I don't know if that was even possible, but it was, looking the way he lost. Or he chopped that pot, he didn't lose it, but now flipping badly as well. Very disappointing, and this must feel.
Absolutely. I believe we are down to our final table. And yet we are going to have, as you see, Gary and Paul hug it out. Guys, we are going to take a short break now for the final table redraw. We will be back shortly for the conclusion of this 5K Super High Roller. Please come back and join us shortly. Myself and Manny will go and have a cup of tea, a bit of refreshment. And please come back to join us for the conclusion of the Super High Roller. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back suitably refreshed. This is the final table of the 5K Super High Roller here at Dustle Dawn World Series of Poker Circuit events. And we have a stacked final table lineup. That is putting it mildly.
10 seconds.
Tom Middleton, EPT champion in the mix. Roberto Romanello, over 4.5 million in live cashes. We have Paul Dawkins, Mr. Keith Johnson, a shade under 1 million in live cashes. Mr. Emra Yields, Ryan Otto, and Gary Spinks, who you see in your picture. In the tank here, first hand at this 7-handed final table. Ryan has ripped it for around about 18 big blinds with the ace king of clubs.
I want another one.
Not sure that Gary can ever really call this off at an FT. And Manuel, we are back in business, my friend. Looking forward to this final. How we doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. I had a good break, and it's been an amazing journey so far. We've had the blood on the feld, we've had the fashion, the table talk, we've even had a chop pot celebration dance. I'm very curious what else this high roller has to offer for us.
I'm not sure the action could get any more intriguing. Mr. Paul Dawkins, as you see in your shot, with the magnificent hoodie, with a full-on hip swiveling fist pump celebration running down the flopped set of eights of Jack O'Neill on the FT bubble.
Please, gentlemen.
Looking forward to this playing out, guys. First place is taking home £66,500 plus the World Series of Poker Circuit ring. Tom Middleton and Roberto Romanello there in your shot. Both extremely experienced players. Should be a lot of fun on this high roller final. We are paying 5 places, guys. 7 left, so one more elimination. We will be on the bubble.
Thank you.
5th place taking home £11,400, 17k for 4th, 27k for 3rd, 43,000 for 2nd, and the winner £66,500.
All in.
So cards are in the air.
It's all right. Perfect like this.
Paul gonna rip it from the cutoff. 15 big blinds, the pocket fours. Right off the bat, Roberto has woken up with the jacks. Paul in really bad shape with the pocket fours. Just like that, Manuel, we could be on the money bubble, but Gary with the sevens.
450.
Facing a shove and a call.
Yeah, Paul already not in a good mood, expecting the worst.
Got the time. Fold.
Would expect Gary to get out of the way. Good lay down. Roberto in great shape here to knock out Paul.
Are we gonna see another celebration dance?
Oh, he's going for the additional equity. The jacket's gone on.
It's good.
Looking to run down the jacks of Roberto. No help on the flop. No backdoor flush draw. Roberto covering the clubs. Turn is the deuce of clubs. Paul down to one of the remaining 2 fours. He's already gone. You lose Paul Dawkins in 7th place. GG to Paul. Good run. Just like that, guys. First hand of this final table. We are down to 6. Roberto Romanello chipping up nicely with the pocket jacks.
And now we're at the direct bubble. A little bit sad to see Paul here. He was definitely very entertaining at the table. Enjoyed his loose open raises, his style of play, and of course the celebration dance. I wished a little bit for a 4 there.
That was one of the most surreal moments I've ever commentated on stream. We are down to 6. Keith in the hijack, working with 21 bigs, does wake up with pocket 10s.
Fold. All in. Fold.
And he does elect to just rip it. All in for 21 bigs.
Fold.
Perhaps aware, Manuel, that they are on the direct bubble.
Fold.
Elects just to rip it in there instead of facing any big blind defend.
Yeah, maybe taking into consideration that both of the players to his exact left are definitely capable of abusing this spot a little bit. If he open raises, they can put a lot of pressure on his open raising range. He decides to not give them any option to do so.
Keith gonna get out of the way with the Jack 5.
Got my pitch
And
as well.
Tom Middleton, aka Midi, with the King Queen of Diamonds in the hijack. Working with around about 45 big blinds.
60.
Coming in for a raise to 60k. And wow, Gary just wakes up with another monster, man. King's on the button.
Fold. All in.
I guess we're gonna see a 3-bet here. Oh, and he rips it.
He rips it.
Guys, reach. Guys, reach.
Well, that is going to make Midi's life a lot easier.
And fold.
Midi going to be very relieved there, Manuel. Somewhat let off the hook by Gary.
He's saying it. He did not want the ace to come on the flop. Better play it safe
30, 30,
and
please.
rip it in.
We have seen some very large 3-bet sizes from Gary with his value hands. Perhaps conscious that the money bubble is approaching, not wanting Midi to be able to play a pot with him out of position.
Yeah, we've seen the large open shove with the 10s, now the large 3-bet shove, or the huge 3-bet shove with the 10s. Not a lot of post-flop poker so far.
Now Roberto with 4.9 million in chips. Absolute stranglehold on this FT at the moment. We know he knows how to use them. Coming in for an open with the Queen 10.
65. Fold. Fold. Fold.
Now Keith with the Ace-8 of diamonds in the big
Call.
is going to defend. Flop is 7-6-4. Keith with a gut shot and the backdoor nut flush draw. Berto just with Queen high.
Typically a good board for the big blind, but this is the bubble. It kind of a little bit changes because now Roberto has all those low hands in his range, and Keith may not have them anymore. So not that good of a board for a big blind on the direct bubble if you're short stack.
45.
Yeah, absolutely. Roberto is going to come in for around about third pot. Excuse me, quarter pot sizing.
Call.
Keith does call a little too much hand to fold flop. Turn is the Jack of clubs. Some opportunities here, Manny, for Roberto to continue to barrel.
I believe the jack hitting him very good. Not really hitting the calling range on this specific board from Keith. And yes, with the chosen flop size, Keith has a lot of hands that can stick around for one street and then just give up on a high card. So I expect him to double barrel here for sure.
90.
Does come with 90k on the turn.
Fold.
Very nicely picked off from Roberto. Aware that Keith, really under a lot of pressure on the direct bubble, takes himself up over 5 million in chips. Guys, for anyone just joining us, this is the final table of the 5k Super High Roller of the World Series of Poker Circuit Event Series, coming to you from Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham. I am Andrew Hedley, joined on co-coms by Mr. Manuel Zapf, and it is bubble time. We are paying out 5 players, 6 remain. First place taking home £66,500, plus the signature World Series of Poker ring. And Roberto Manuel, over 5 million in chips, in great position to try and take down the title.
Yeah, and the scary part is he doesn't only have the chips, he also has the table presence, the aggression, the complete skill set. Definitely would be my top pick for the first place. But as we've seen yesterday, anything can happen at a final table.
Absolutely, Roberto here very aware that we are on the bubble. With all the chips, would expect him to open this ace-5.
5 seconds. Raise 80. Fold.
Blinds are indeed up to 20-40k.
Fold. Fold.
There you see the power of the bubble. Ryan forced to just lay down the pocket 7s. Folding without much thought, Manuel, too.
Yeah, with this chip stack, it's just going to be easy to accumulate some more chips. Don't mind tight folds. It is the direct bubble, especially as a mid stack, you don't really want to get involved. Now, as we go on, and people are going to be starting to realize, if they haven't yet, that Roberto is trying to take these spots very light, we're going to see maybe some little bit lighter 3-bet jams of the shorter stacks, but they do need some hands, or at least blockers to do so. So I really think we can expect Roberto to run over this table at this point.
Certainly makes a lot of sense. Difficult table draw here for Tom Middleton. Roberto on his direct left. Even more difficult when Roberto wakes up with the kings. Midi does complete. Somewhat awkward situation here, Manuel, because Midi will expect Roberto to isolate extremely wide here in the big, given they are on the direct bubble. Midi does manage to get away with the ace-4.
Yeah, Roberto going with a huge over 4x sizing here. Yeah, Thomas getting away fairly quickly, even though he's having that ace in his hand. But yeah, great awareness of the situation. This is not the guy you want to mess with now. And actually, he managed to fold the second best hand here. Roberto was not playing around in this spot. Sometimes even the big stack bullies have it as well.
Interesting spot. Keith in the cutoff with the ace-9 of spades with 13.5 bigs. And he does elect to send it. can see this one is going to get through. I believe Ryan and Keith both have basically exactly the same stack. Pretty
I
much
believe-
a race at this point, Manny, between them to try and get into the money.
Yeah, definitely. I believe ace-9 suited already at the lower part of his shoving range here. I don't think he's going to go too wide here, risking to bubble. Once you're called with ace-9 suited, you're always going to be behind as well. But yeah, this one just goes in. It's just too good when you're one of the short stacks. You can't stop accumulating chips or you're going to be blinding out very soon.
Back into the action we go. Keith now with the ace-10 off, 16 big blinds. Just an example there, good awareness. Does just let it go. Excuse me, I believe that was the under the gun player. Keith is going to come in for an open.
That looks fairly strong. I like the stack size. If you would have 20 or a little bit over 20 big blinds, you can expect a lot of 3-bets from one of the chip leaders. But against 16 big blinds, it's around that region where it's really tough to find 3-bet folds. But maybe not if your name is Roberto Romanello.
Very experienced player, Roberto, perhaps trying to discourage Keith from any lighter opens as we proceed towards the bubble. And Ryan, as we see, down to 375k.
A well-timed steal here by Keith, really realizing that his stack size is perfect. And he's also raising into the other short stack, which makes it look even stronger. So I really like this spot. Now he can relax a little bit more. He should be around the 20 big blinds. The other short stack is around the 10. So a little bit of breathing room here for Keith.
Does fold round to Roberto in the cutoff. Prime example here, Manuel, of how much Roberto does plan to abuse this bubble. Opening the 7-4 off.
Yeah, not surprised to see him open raise here. I'm a little bit surprised though that he's taking almost the entire 30 seconds before making his decision each hand. Would think that there might be an incentive to play as many hands as possible as the chip leader.
Yeah, absolutely. For those of you just joining us on YouTube, welcome along. We are playing with a shot clock. As you see these red time bank cards, players have 30 seconds to act on their hand, after which they will have to use one of their time cards. Playing on a 30-minute clock, blinds 20, 40k. 6 players left here in our 5k super high roller. And Roberto really going after it. And again, with the Jack-9 off.
Yeah, this time even making the decision a little bit quicker. And Keith actually waking up with a hand here.
Will be very aware of how wide Roberto is opening. Does ship it in. A very nice start to this FT for Keith. Almost doubling up without showdown as we approach the money bubble. Say approach, Manuel. We are on it. Next player out will receive exactly £0. Fifth place, taking home 11,400, 17k for fourth, 27k for third, £43,000 for second. First place will take home £66,500, our Super High Roller Championship trophy. I say trophy, Manuel. It is one of the World Series of Poker Circuit event rings, which you have been saying all day long that I have never won one.
Yeah,
Thanks.
exactly.
Thanks, buddy.
And rings are better than things, and the trophy is a thing, so that applies as well. But Roberto here with an overwhelming chip lead. I think he has really good chances to get himself a ring on the finger.
Heads up.
Really does have the opportunity to put the foot to the floor. Midi defending the Queen Jack. This could be interesting. Both flop top pair. Roberto does have a backdoor flush draw. Fair to say the two most accomplished players left in this field.
Yeah, another decision like of an awkward bubble spot where you could normally consider check raising with your queen jack, but in this situation you just have to keep the range wide and commit as little chips as possible.
Going to be very interesting as this hand develops. Midi very aware of the dynamic that we are on the bubble. And Roberto electing for a little bit of deception on the turn. Does check back. Is going to go for some river value. Midi with a very awkward decision. Very small bet, Manuel.
Yeah, very small bet. He's realizing that he's ahead very often, but also doesn't want to bet too much, targeting some one pair hands. That's exactly the amount he thinks Thomas will call off. Thomas obviously here, regarding Roberto's super wide range with a very easy snap call.
Absolutely blocking some potential king, queen, ace, queen, queen, nine types of Roberto. They're going to chop it up. We continue six-handed at the Super High Roller FT. It's going to be that time, Manuel. It's time to put you to the test. Who's going to win?
Well, I would look like a fool if I would pick anybody else than Roberto Romanello at this point. Regarding the skill level, regarding the position on Thomas Middleton, and regarding his chip stack, there is only one pick.
I will take Mr. Middleton. You got to root for the underdog, Manny.
Yes, sometimes you have to, yes.
And Ryan here all in with the ace queen of clubs. Gary gonna have a very easy call for 9 bigs.
Five, 5-15. Call.
I believe he may have 5-15. I may have heard incorrectly. So with some more chips than we thought in the graphic, Gary does make the call. Both players with a backdoor flush draw. They are going to chop it up. 9 of diamonds on the turn.
And I believe we won't see a chop pot celebration dance this time, Andrew.
I'm still in shock. If we have any moderators who were following the stream, it has to be streamed. I do apologize, Mr. Jack O'Neill. One of the funniest things I have ever seen on a live broadcast. I'm not sure I've ever seen the hip swivel fist pump combo, Manny. Certainly not at Dusk Till Dawn.
I certainly haven't, and especially not for a chop pot. It's like if that celebration would be for a win, it wouldn't be as unique, I would say.
Now Roberto with the 10-3 off. Maybe looking to continue to leverage his stack, but Gary with a monster in the big has woken up with ace king.
5 seconds.
From what we've seen from Gary, he may just pile it in there.
Raise 145 and all in.
There you go.
The way he's putting in the chips really looks like a high roller from Las Vegas. This is the high roller. He has the Las Vegas on his jacket. Just fits perfectly.
Yeah. Oh, nice one. Well done. Yeah, about £3. 36 quid, wasn't it?
Small man, please. Yes, 20. Thank you.
Now Emra with the ace-6 suited did go on a bit of a heater at the final two tables. Manuel, not seen much out of him recently. Midi there with a very experienced laydown in the cutoff. Very aware that Roberto can leverage his stack with a lot of 3-betting. Just ditches the 5s.
Raise 100.
Roberto with a real hand on this occasion, ace-queen. Does take down the blinds and antes.
Yeah, Thomas Middleton and as well, as you mentioned, Emra, really handcuffed here. It's really nothing they can do. They just have to lean back and wait it out. Can be a little bit painful, but most of the times it pays off with at least £11,400.
Again, Roberto will be on the attack. What a place to be, Manuel. 130 odd big blinds on the money bubble. Very few feelings in poker are better.
Yeah, he's probably enjoying this ride. It looks very easy to play right now, I have to admit. It's really attacking. There's just one gear. Go.
Absolutely. For the time being, it is the Roberto Romanello show. But when the bubble bursts, it'll be intriguing to see the players fight back. Really not too much to be done. Sometimes, Manny, you just have to be patient. Roberto continuing to pound the table, opening the 8-6 off from the hijack. Now Emra with the ace-queen in the small. Will be aware of how wide Roberto is opening. Does find the reshove.
Yeah, once you have a premium like that, you just have to go for it. If Roberto wakes up, it's just bad luck, and you're gonna bubble it or get there. But most of the times, you're just gonna pick up 165,000, and that's just a lot of chips at this stage, especially for the short and mid stacks.
Absolutely. As Emra rakes in that pot, good opportunity to tell you what we have coming up for the rest of the week. This is the final table of Event 8, the 5K Super High Roller. Myself and Manuel will be here in the booth on Monday for the final day of the main event. That is the £1,150, 500,000 guaranteed. So we will be here from 5 p.m. on Monday, covering it all evening through to the conclusion, where we will crown our main event champion. This is the World Series of Poker Circuit Event Series from dusk till dawn in Nottingham. Roberto really going for it, Manny, basically opening any two.
Yeah, I wasn't surprised to see him open the 8-6 the hand before. 5-3 seems a little bit borderline. But with this chip stack and his experience, he feels confident enough to take this spot, and he gets to fold out of the ace-jack. So that's probably reason enough if people are folding ace-jack to almost go any two.
As we can see, if our opponents are folding as strong a hand as ace-jack, we really can go for it. Midi, though, undeterred, does defend the queen 10. Roberto with 5 high, no draws.
I really, unless Thomas hits a queen or a 10, I cannot see any way how Thomas is going to win this hand, to be honest, because Roberto has 5 high and probably won't be checking back this exact combo on any turn.
Well, the lady from the heavens, Midi, improves 2 trip queens. Could elect to lead the turn here. Perhaps not with ICM considerations. Does check it over to Roberto.
Yeah, especially, this is not even normal ICM. This is an absolute ICM nightmare. I think it's totally fine to not have any leads here, even on the best card in the deck for our range.
Now, will Roberto go for it? And you called it, Manny. Is gonna barrel turn with just the 5 high. Comes with around about 1/3 pot. Perhaps looking to chase out any 1 spade hands in Midi's range. Like a jack 9 with a spade, something like this. Midi makes the call. Roberto does improve to a pair of 3s on the river. Will he empty the clip?
I think the 3 might actually save him a little bit, because with the small turn sizing he chose, Midi could still have hands like ace-10, ace-jack with 1 spade. So maybe he thinks at least in 10% of all cases he does have a tiny little bit of showdown value. And of course, everybody knows his range is wide, so Midi definitely a player who could hero call here, even as wide as a king. So maybe we see a check back. Could be safe.
Does look as if he's going to check if he's talking. He does knuckle it back. Midi going to take down a very nice pot with the trip queens. Ever any consideration there, Manuel, of not wanting to show down 5-3 off?
Well, I'm a nit. I'm not in the spot with 5-3 off, so how would I know?
I believe you've got it in the locker, my friend. It's just buried very, very deep under all those years of German efficiency. You've got a 3-5 off in there somewhere, deep down.
I don't. Not like with this chip stack. If I'm in Roberto's shoes, I'm probably open folding 5-3. That just shows Roberto has been playing a lot higher than me and a lot more than me, and that just shows the level of confidence. that a true class pro has compared
Sounds
to
like
us commentators, Andrew.
Sounds like excuses to me, my friend. Anyway, Mr. Tom Middleton picking up a very nice pot. Takes himself back up to around about 1.3 million. We are six-handed, guys, at the final table of the 5K Super High Roller. Roberto Romanello way out in front.
Can you hear me?
Leave Gary Spinks second in chips. And a bunch of mid to short stacks behind. Now Gary with the king queen under the gun. Somehow his picture has transitioned into a female. I know it's 2023, Manny. Perhaps I shouldn't touch that with a barge pole.
Well, maybe he just had longer hair a week ago and looked a little bit younger.
That's my final comment on the matter. Anyway, Gary elects to limp under the gun. Interesting decision. Keith is gonna go for it.
10.
Pretty fearless ISO here on the money bubble. Does make it 110k.
110, yes. 110. Yep.
You can see Gary does have the dominating hand.
Show your chips.
Keith does have position though. Good opportunities to win this pot if he is unimproved. And wow. Big flop.
110.
Keith flopping. Gut shot to the straight and a flush draw. And Gary is going to donk into him with top pair. This could be it, Manuel.
Very awkward spot for Keith because this shows a lot of strength. I think Keith has been playing enough with Gary to realize he is not doing that without a hand. We have one shorter stack at the table, but he's still
Here
going
we
to shove
go.
it.
He sends it. And wow, Gary's snap call. Here we go. 1.7 million in the middle. Ryan Otto, the very interested observer, he is rooting for a bust. Keith is going to need to hit a spade or a 10. Basically flipping. See this king, no good against Gary's king queen. And just like that, he drills the 10 for a straight. Keith Johnson can sit back down, doubles up to 1.7 million. Ryan Otto and Ermrand, the most disappointed people in the building, Manny.
A very big one to win, very important one. He went for it. He actually saw fold equity. Not surprised to see Gary snap it off here. Might have been some arguments for only calling the flop and then getting it in on the turn with the nuts, maybe. But you don't know that turn is coming, of course. You want to see two cards. Keith now in chip second. He started off as a short stack, and so far it has been his final table. Apart from, obviously, the Roberto Romanello show.
A huge double up for Keith. Basically trades positions with Gary. We are still six-handed, guys, on the direct bubble. Emra waking up with pocket nines in the hijack. Ryan getting very short now, 7.5 bigs.
All right, how do you play this, Andrew? You just come in for the open raise and pray no one 3-bets you?
I think so. It's obviously we are incentivized to be extremely tight. We are on the money bubble. We're not going to open with many hands. So yeah, I think you sort of just V-pip the spot. Hope that Roberto doesn't go for you. Very tricky though. There might be an argument to open fold, which feels really gross, but if the stacks are accurate and Ryan does have 6 bigs, could be a consideration, but I think we can still have some raised folds, even though it would feel really gross with 9s. Gary does defend the Queen 6 of diamonds. Ace Jack 3. Good board for us to range bet as an opener. We are going to be perceived to be extremely tight.
Yeah, and I think one big blind even does the job. You target some hands just like Queen 6 of diamonds, actually what Gary is holding. And he actually finds the one big blind bet, I think. Very impressed.
Can you reach me the 50, please? Sorry.
Yeah, nice pickup for Emra. Has played very well, Manuel. A very solid style. Hasn't been ruffled. Really made no big mistakes. Still in the hunt for this 5K super high roller ring.
Yeah, very impressed with Emra. I really must say the first hand, I think, of the day, he open folded a hand that could have been an open raise, and ever since it's just been very solid, well played poker, picking his spots, and he's not lacking confidence either.
Fold.
Huge shock that the German co-coms guy loves the rock. You know I have to give you a little needle every now and again. Roberto, 6-7 of spades on the button.
Fold.
You know I love everyone, right? I'm a Valentine's man.
Of course. Now Ryan
All in.
is gonna have to gamble here. He does have more than we thought. He has 415. I heard him say there. Roberto facing an 8 big blind jam. Any folding here, Manuel?
Apparently, no.
He's gonna run it. Oh, on the direct bubble, Ryan Otto with the ace-9. I believe the pot is around about 900k. Gonna have to hold off the 6-7 of spades of Roberto. Flop 10-8-3. Roberto improving to a gut shot and backdoor spades. Turn is a blank. The Queen of Hearts. See there, 8 outs for Roberto. And it is a blank. And Ryan finds the hold.
450.
Is going to double up to around about 900k. Huge hold, Manuel, on the direct money bubble.
Yeah, huge hold here for Ryan and Roberto, just with one of those hands in his opening range that just performs a little bit too good against basically everything. 6-7 suited, a great aces cracker as well, but against everything else, it just has too much equity. You might be folding here the 5-3 offsuit, or maybe even the king deuce to a shove, but 6-7 suited just performing too well.
I think also a consideration there is that even if Ryan doubles, it's going to keep the rest of the field in line. Nobody's going to be able to get 2 out of line, and Roberto can still continue to open extremely wide. Bunch of 20 big blind stacks or so. But nice hold for Ryan, and we continue 6-handed at this super high roller final table. We are on the direct bubble, guys, paying 5 places. £11,400 for 5th. The next person out will be sent home. Tail between their legs, Manny. No money. No moolah. Berto back at it. Pocket 7s in the cutoff.
Thank you. Fold.
Emra there showing some understanding of the situation. Not defending ace-8. Would be a real disaster here to get involved in a big pot with a marginal hand.
Yeah, again, I like the fold. Not really a spot you want to take. If you take this spot, definitely rather 3-bet jamming than defending and playing post-flop out of position at this stack depth versus the chip leader.
Yeah, I would agree for sure. We have already seen Roberto show down the 3-5. The players will be aware of how wide he is attacking this final table.
Fold.
But one of the benefits of being so wide, wakes up with the kings. Sometimes they have it, Manny.
100.
Sometimes they have to have it.
Fold.
Simple math.
Fold. Fold.
Shoutouts to Tommy Luco in the chat. Tomorrow Manu loves St. Paddy's. What are you doing on St. Paddy's Day, Andrew?
I know, I'm very undecided. Well, my good lady is an Irish lass. So if I say anything other than celebrating the magnificence of St. Paddy's Day, I'll be in trouble. So yeah, celebrating the magnificence of St. Paddy's Day. Maybe a couple of beverages, Manny. You know me.
One or two, yes.
I'm a very relaxed character. I don't like to drink too much. You know.
One Guinness or 10.
I'm going to mute the mic before I get in trouble. Roberto, back at it. Jack 10 off under the gun.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Such a good spot this for Roberto. Obviously extremely experienced. Knows exactly what to do in this situation.
And even though he just lost that pre-flop all-in for 8 big blinds, he's already back to almost 5 million. Just a few steals, and he got the chips back, so nothing too much to worry about for Roberto.
Yeah, absolutely. Can expect to see constant open raising from him. Guys, anyone just joining the broadcast, this is the final table of the 5K Super High Roller. 6 left, 5 paid. If you want to get involved in the chat with myself or Manuel, please do.
Fold.
Interesting comment there. Wurzel says Roberto could have folded to keep the bubble going. It's probably true, but I think he also thinks that even if he doubles up the shorty, all of the stacks are still going to be very hamstrung. He's going to still get to continue to abuse the bubble. And Midi is going to limp the threes. Working with 26 bigs.
All in.
And wow, Roberto just sends it. Taking away any ideas if Tom was thinking of limp shoving. Really is going after this title, Manny.
I mean, we see him open raising 5-3 offsuit from early position. We've seen him now jam the queen 10 versus the small blind limp. He really sends out messages. Don't mess with me. This is the Roberto Romanello show. This is my final table. I'm gonna take this. You take the next one, lads, all right?
Fold.
I mean, I'm not sure he's going to let them take the next one, but yeah.
Yeah, just a message. Just give them a little bit of hope.
All in.
Now Keith does come in for a raise from the cutoff. Midi sending it with the ace-king. That is going to be the end of that. Little fist pump to the rail from Midi. That section of the table, Manuel, $8 million in live cashes between Midi and Roberto. Midi, of course, winning EPT Barcelona back in 2013. That is a lot of experience for a final table.
Yeah, both very accomplished players. I mean, you know the names when you hear Robert Middleton and Roberto Romanello. You know exactly. These are the top sharks. And yes, this is the 5K. You're gonna have tough spots when you decide to play high buy-in tournaments. And yeah, I mean, Keith is a well-known regular, but he has the worst position, both to the left. He's a good player, but I guess he's not feeling super comfortable right now.
Absolutely. I think Roberto here considering shoving. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Both of his opponents with sub 20. And wow, Ryan's going to have to run it. If the unfortunate thing here is I hope the graphic is accurate. If he has 800, 900k, we could consider folding Manny if there are shorter stacks. But he is going to call it off with the ace-queen. Looking to hold again.
Yeah, Roberto alive again, very alive. It's just a question of time he's going to win one of those.
Here we go. Flop is king 7-5. Roberto coming up empty. Again, a blank on the turn. If Ryan can fade a 10 or a 9, he's going to double through. That's 6 of diamonds on the river. Bubble does continue. Yeah, 830 he had behind. Around about 16 bigs. We will try and get that graphic changed, guys. The Ryan up to around about 1.8 million. Could be good for second in chips, Manuel.
Yeah, this is not good news for many of the other players. Both of the short stacks now got themselves back in the mix. And it's gonna be not a two-way fight for the bubble. I think almost all of the players besides Roberto are at risk here to bubble this one. Roberto still relaxed, whistling the loss away. Nothing too much to worry about. He's still gonna continue the heat, I believe. And now with even stack sizes, the aggressive strategy might even pay off more than before.
And for sure, all the players aware of this precarious bubble situation. Roberto gonna continue the aggression, opening the king 9 in the cutoff. You can see here, very difficult for players to make what would be standard defense at chips.
Yeah, all 5 players here between 800k and 1.5 million, so really everyone in the danger zone now, except Roberto. I can't imagine to see him loosening up his range even more, if that's possible.
That would certainly make sense. I believe Emra is now our short stack, working with around about 15 bigs. Midi with the ace-5 off. Just going to let it go. Roberto with this chip stack, and with what we've seen him opening, a premium holding the ace-9 off. For sure going to open. Interesting spot, Manuel. We know the graphic is wrong and that Ryan has around about 1.8 million. So that may change things here. Is it going to come in for what looks like a call? Don't hate this. We are up against an extremely wide range. We are on the button. Are still going to get to take some flops that Roberto cannot just barrel off on. This potentially could be one of them. Queen 10-6. Ryan gonna be perceived to have hit this board relatively often.
Yeah, definitely going to be tough for Roberto to keep betting here. And we see the holding. Ryan is not going to fold for this price. Also really like the flat, as you just mentioned. We play against an any two range. By three betting here, we would fold out a lot of hands that we kind of want to keep in. I mean, it's not amazing, but still, we dominate a lot of Roberto's open raising range.
Absolutely, Roberto here likely targeting just pocket pairs like sevens or eights, which could potentially fold for one bet, or a suited ace-x. Not too much else is going to fold. Board does pair queens. Very difficult to barrel this one off. We know that he is not afraid to do so. Wow, he is going to go for it, Manny. Fearless stuff.
A little bit surprising, but he's just like trying to abuse that ICM to the max.
Does come in with a turn barrel for around about half pot. Shade under 40%. What do you do now as Ryan? Very awkward situation. Somewhat problematic, Manuel, to hold a jack here occasionally. Roberto, some of his semi-bluffs could be a jack 8, jack 9, king jack type holding. Really, really difficult situation here.
Yeah, the jack is obviously not a great card, but it's
Look
also...
at this. Not deterred. Does find the turn call.
Yeah, I was about to say it's also not a disaster because at least we don't have a diamond in our hand, so that might make the call a little bit easier.
Oh, wow. River pairs tens. They are going to chop this up if there is no further aggression. If Roberto finds it here, Manuel. Fair play.
I mean, Roberto has so many bluffs here. I doubt that he's going to turn his ace highs with showdown value into a bluff. It's just a check-check scenario.
They do check it down. They are going to chop it up. Strong turn call from Ryan. I would say, Manuel, even though you know your opponent is going to be leveraging pressure.
Yeah, he's just saying once I call here, Roberto is going to put me at minimum on a 10 and might underbluff some rivers. I don't know if that's the case, but maybe that thought process might have helped him to make that call.
Absolutely. Guys, as the dealer sorts out that pot, good opportunity to tell you some of our events coming up at Dusk Till Dawn. DTD is now hosting a regular monthly tournament, the DTD 100. That's a 100k guaranteed, £120 buy-in. Regularly seeing prize pools of over 120k. If you are in and around Nottingham, that is our monthly flagship event at DTD. And coming up, we have the APAT Amateur Poker Association's tour events, including the UK Team Championships next week and the World Championship of Amateur Poker in the summer. And if you want to check out, guys, anything happening at DTD, please check out our social media at DTD Club and at DTD Live. Check those out on both Twitter and Instagram. Give them a like, give them a follow, all that stuff. Yeah, that is the end of my monologue. Let's get back into the action. Still six-handed in this 5K super high road series of poker circuit event.
So now, is he going to go any two from any position or is he not?
The answer, my friend, would appear to be yes. Roberto giving us an entertaining rail, opening the 8-3 under the gun. Ryan is swiftly turning into his nemesis. Just calls with the ace-king of spades.
Thank you.
Roberto does outflop him 9-8-4. Flopping middle pair.
150 fold. That was 115.
Ryan does make a quick fold. Such awkward situations, Manuel. You're more than aware that your opponent can have any two. And with no real backdoors working for us, can't really continue even with a hand that could often be good.
I was just wondering if against the any two range from Roberto, Ryan is going to maybe implement a non-3-bet range, just flatting all the hands he plays. I've seen that in quite some ICM. Some players do that. Maybe he is flatting the ace-jack, flatting the ace-king suited.
Certainly makes some sense. We know Roberto unafraid to barrel it off. If we can have some under-repped premiums, never be bad. Also can avoid going broke on the bubble. Such a tricky situation for the remaining 6 players.
I think this is just very, very exciting to watch. It's very unique situations in small field tournaments where you have the high pressure bubble. Even stacks one chip leader who is very talented, very experienced, who's really putting on the pressure. Very, very amazing to watch and very good to learn as well. And Andrew, over 100 viewers on YouTube. Thanks for everybody being here. And quite an
Beautiful
experience
stuff.
today.
I'm really looking forward to how this develops. We've already seen that Roberto is going for the jugular. Welcome along, guys. Anybody railing on YouTube, if you want to get involved in the chat with myself and Manny, please do. Now, Midi, waking up with a premium ace-king off on the button. Roberto just doesn't want to let them breathe, Manny. He's considering it.
Yeah, Roberto has not been doing many active approaches versus open raises yet. He has been punishing the open limb from the small blind, but so far he has been holding back with 3 bets. Maybe he's thinking it's the time to do so. Thomas definitely also with stack we can easily 3-bet fold against.
And Gary had enough of folding, is going to defend the queen 4. That flop is all Middleton, king 6-5. Would expect a bunch of small c-bet sizes from Tom on this board.
150.
Does size up to around about half pot. Are some flopped straight draws. May make us want to size up slightly. Gary yet to fold. Somewhat surprising, Manny, with just a queen high.
Yeah, surprising to see a pre-flop call as well here.
10 seconds.
And now he's using 20 seconds of the time bank.
No king. I have a king. Boom. Okay. Get in top there. A queen 4 off.
Nice pickup from Midi.
What do you think his frames now? I've got queen 4 off. I'm not backing down. I know it's a shit down. I was hoping to see there like queen 4 5 on the block. I check, you bet, I rip.
Paul McTaggart in chat. Hedley's voice is so soothing. That's the reason why I'm here. Just to hear you, Andrew.
Paul McTaggart, legend himself. I gotta say, in the YouTube streets, I'm not usually one to give the shout outs, but a bunch of huge legends in the chat today. Mr. Daniel Charlton, Mr. Robert Cowan, absolute PLO legend, and Paul McTaggart, aka Boba Fett. Nice to see you, buddy. Thank you, everybody, for joining. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. And as always, please feel free to engage with myself and Manny as we continue to watch the Roberto Romanello Express train. Back in there with the Jack-9 on the button. Roberto with 100 big blinds. Really leveraging pressure on the rest of the players. It's been quite a long bubble, Manuel, so far already. Most players with around 20 bigs. So tough to fight back against the chip leader. He is being relentlessly aggressive.
Yeah, and it can take some while if no one wakes up with a hand. I mean, we've already seen players waking up with quite some good hands. A few times ace queen. If that does not keep happening, they can really slowly blind down here, and it can take a while. Tommy Luco, I don't get why he's defending queen 4. He says in chat, I mean queen 5, okay. Oh, I get you. And in case you don't know, I am Neverfold Queen 5. Find me on Twitch, twitch.tv/Neverfold Queen 5. Doing some daily streaming. Thanks, Tommy, to get that one in.
I actually always fold Queen 5 just out of disrespect to you, my friend, you know. Sometimes it's gotta be done.
Yeah, that's why you never end up on the rivers with good straight blockers, bro.
An illustration here of how tight the players have had to play. Keith open folding ace 7 suited, and Emra does not defend the 9-10 of diamonds. Manny, there has to come a cutoff point, right? Because I believe Emra is the shortest stack. I think we got to defend that one, or we are just going to blind away.
Maybe defend with that one. That's also a good candidate to shove, I would say, against the chip leader. If we're the shortest stack, we see a lot of fold equity. When called, we mostly have great equity.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't mind either way, but I can see Emra folding here as well. He has been a little bit on the rock side, as you said before. Maybe it will pay off. You really want to get that min cash in a live tournament, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't envy the rest of the players here. Roberto with basically 100% VPIP. Does find the ace-9 of hearts.
Look at his chip stack. He's back to 5 million. He's lost, besides the first hand, every all-in, but his chip stack keeps growing anyways.
Just a function of how out of line he gets to be. Will be interesting to see how low the other players get in chips. Could be some potential spots where he can just start to open ship, Manny.
Yeah, I think once the blinds go up,
level,
we're gonna see some of that stuff happening.
Did already see him do so with the 9-10 of hearts. Ryan holding with the ace queen. Now Gary, in need of a boost, wakes up with ace king in the hijack. Roberto is gonna raise. We know from Gary that he loves to snap rip it. Very entertaining character, Mr. Gary Spinks.
And Emra praying for a call almost. But that's not going to happen.
Have you ever heard anyone be weak, Manny, in history when they snap jam after 2 seconds and say, I was hoping you'd raise?
I mean, maybe it happened before. I can't remember, but
there we go. Absolutely loving Mr. Gary Spinks. So many legends in the Twitch streets. Wadey, we've got Wadey in the house. He says, nice to hear you, Andrew. You need to do this more often. Thank you, my friend. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. That goes for everyone else joining us. We are still 6-handed, guys. Super high roller, 5K buy-in here from dusk till dawn. This is our World Series of Poker Circuit Event Series. Currently, Roberto Romanello running over this final 6. Next player out will bubble. 5th place will take home £11,400. And we have 17k for 4th, 27k for 3rd, £43,000 for 2nd. A very tasty £66,500 for the win, plus a World Series of Poker ring. And Romanello well on his way to claiming it. The bubble has to burst eventually, Manny. We've been going for what, an hour now?
Yeah,
Fairly
about an
long.
hour. I still don't see it happening very soon unless we get a setup or just an off call with the right range against a short stack. This can take a while.
For sure can. Biddy, undeterred, having Roberto on his left, is going to open the ace-9. Very interesting. Roberto comes with call. Gary is going to overcall with 7-8. Gary does flop best. Flopping middle pair. Somewhat surprised to see Roberto peel pre here, Manny. And he's going to lead. We are in the weeds with this one. Does lead for 1/3 pot. Gary in a very awkward situation now, Manny, with just middle pair, 14 bigs behind. Finds the call.
Yeah, Gary definitely not afraid of the bubble. He has really been showing that he's ready to stick around and finds the call once more.
Roberto does improve on the turn. Going to be aware, though, that he does not have the best hand really ever. Will he try and get Gary to fold turn? Does slow it down. Gary decides a little 20% turn bet. Going for a little bit of protection for his pair of sevens.
Very tricky situation because I believe Gary is the type of player, if he has Jack here, he's probably going to snap jam it against Roberto's bets.
Yeah, this is the interesting thing for sure. We have seen Gary like to run it with the top parts of his range. River is a 3. It's not a spot that we would come across very often 3-way. Would expect check, check. Does go that way, and Gary going to be very relieved to scoop in a pot of 840k.
Yeah, this is huge at this stage. We're on the bubble. Now you have some breathing room. You let all the other chip stacks behind you after losing that big flip versus Keith earlier. Gary's back.
Interesting decision from Roberto to peel against middies open. Not typically a hand you would see peel out of the small. Midi likely to have a pretty tight opening range. King deuce suited, perhaps not doing too well against it.
Probably just thinking that he can overpressure post flop
Sure.
with the suited king.
Is going to keep his foot to the floor, opening the 8 deuce off. Again, another experienced fold from midi pre with the pocket fours. Knows with Roberto in position, direct position on his left, he's going to be putting some bad spots. As you referenced, Manny, even when he's losing these pots, just able to pick up so many free chips, so to speak, with these opens pre.
Yeah, and it's just a question of time. He's going to win one of the all-ins when he's behind. I mean, if you get it in 6 times with 33%, you're going to win at some point.
In theory.
online, maybe.
I was going to say, weren't you moaning earlier, Manuel, about never winning those online?
No, I would never do that.
Oh, sorry, my mistake. Now then, Roberto, back at it with the 10-3 off. Just an example of how tight these players are having to play. Ryan ditching the ace-7 suited.
Yeah, I love one. Do you know, yeah, I'm dying for a drink, yeah. Anything wet, lemonade. Yeah, please, cheers. Yeah, they are, aren't they? Yeah. It's stressful, aren't they, to be fair? They are stressful. Because we're all wanting to win. We're all wanting to win, to be fair.
Andrew, are they playing the 7 deuce game now? Do they have to pay additional blinds to Roberto when he shows?
Well, if we ever needed conclusive proof that Roberto is going to use 100% BPIP, there it is, in there with the 7 deuce off. Does get it through with no resistance. Just always has 5 million, Manny. Always has it. Always 5 million.
Yeah, and if no one wakes up, he's going to have 5.5 and 6 and 6.5. It's going to go very, very quick. He picks up 125,000 every steal. Most of them work. Yeah, this is a dream situation.
Yeah,
Probably
guys,
was good
Yeah, go on.
for him. Probably was good for him that he lost those hands. That just made his position even stronger.
Is going to continue the relentless aggression. 10-4 off under the gun. Wonder how strong that drink is of Gary's.
Not strong enough to play Queen 8.
Just another illustration. Keith forced to fold the pocket 5s. Midi is going to... Oh, he jams at the King Queen. Great example of how aware Midi is of how wide Roberto is opening. Showing his experience, Manny recognizes that it's just going to get through so often.
A very unique understanding of the situation. Basically, all of these players have had the chance earlier to make this exact move. Midi is the only one who finds them. Very well done.
Yeah, not afraid of the bubble. Guys, we are on a 30-minute clock. Blinds will soon be up to 30-60K. It's going to put real pressure on these short stacks. Roberto must have about half the chips in play. And on the stone bubble, able to really abuse this dynamic. And gets a walk on top of it.
Not yet, not this one, this one. I was not announced, that's why. I didn't hear you.
Again, folded to Roberto in the small. Going to be a lot of all-ins here, I would suggest, Manuel.
Yeah, maybe he thinks Gary's not the player to just put it all in here, because he might just say, oh, whatever, I'm gonna call my ace tens, ace jacks. Maybe just going for the smaller raise, putting enough pressure on anyways.
155.
It does come with just over 3x.
And Gary, not afraid. We've seen it, and we see it again here. He's getting involved. He's not here for the min cash.
Yeah, does defend, and here we go. Wow, he flops the nuts on the 864, and this is going to be trouble for Roberto. One of the best possible flops for his hand. We have seen.
Are we gonna see the snap raise again?
180.
Not this time.
Almost feels like too much hand to fast play, Manuel.
Yeah, I would definitely. Against an any2 range, which Roberto still has, this just feels like a call in position. Double up just means a lot, and we're kind of killing the action against, let's say, 90% of Roberto's range here. If we're not very lucky, we're going to get a fold if we raise, so I would really love to see a call here in position.
185.
Does find the smooth call. And wow, improves even further. Not that it was required, turning a gut shot to the straight flush draw. And Roberto has sent it in. And that is going to be a massive double for Gary Spinks. Pretty unfortunate for Roberto here. Been going so crazy to have such a solid hand on the turn. Gary Spinks, Manny, up to 2.5 million. And the bubble will continue.
He was not afraid to get in the mix. He played this hand very well. Love that he only called. Getting the perfect turn as well. Very meaningless trips for Roberto on the river. He got it in there with 0%. Gonna be interesting. He's now under 4 million, so now Gary is a real threat to him, and he does have position.
Absolutely, as the dealer sorts out that pot. Guys, if you want to check out anything happening at Dusk Till Dawn, please check out our socials at DTD Club and at DTD Live on both Twitter and Instagram. Lots of information for you on all upcoming events. Since those dark days of the pandemic, DTD has already hosted a UK IPT, UK Poker Championships with GG Poker, and now this World Series of Poker Circuit Event Series. We've had 12 ring events, guys, this week. Super successful. And our coverage will finish on Monday with the final day of the main event. Myself and Manuel will be in the booth. That's from 5 p.m. on Monday. If you're enjoying the coverage and you like tournament poker, come and join us on Monday, where we will be on air from 5 p.m. UK time, covering the whole day up until starting our champion. Never ends, Manny.
Well, it will end at some point, I believe. But
on Monday evening, yeah.
But this has been going. This bubble has been going for a long time. It feels like a never-ending bubble, but I guess same game plan is gonna come to play here. Gary will keep open raising, and everybody else will wait for a little bit of a hand.
Why does Gary have a picture of a young brunette lady? I need to know the backstory. I gotta know.
How are we gonna find out?
I wouldn't like to cast any aspersions, so I'll leave it at that. Now Gary with the Queen 9 of Hearts was debating continuing. Roberto back on the grind, up to 4 million. You can see the experience though, completely undeterred. Back to the raising streets.
Yeah, just another standard cooler in the live of Roberto Romanello with the Queen 8 against the 7-5. He's still want to win it. He's still determined, as you said. And I guess the any2 strategy will continue.
Yeah, still working with around about 70 big blinds. Stacks are slowly starting to get shallower. We are playing 30, 60k. Roberto back at it with the 8-5 off. And Emra has had enough, sends it in with the ace-4. Round about 7 bigs. Roberto is going to let it go. As you said, Manny, very unique situation with the stack distributions. Can be very frustrating, right? To sit there as one of the short to mid stacks, knowing you're kind of being run over.
It's an absolute pain to sit there at the bubble as a short stacks, especially with Roberto at the table. It gets really painful though once you are actually bubbling this tournament. I think this is the moment where it gets really nasty to sit all those hours here and go home with nothing.
125.
Is an interesting dynamic building here, because as we've seen, Gary unafraid to get in the mix. He does have direct position on Roberto. We could see some clashes. Gary does call in position with the King 10 of clubs and flops huge top pair and a gut shot to a straight flush. And he finds the flop check back and turns the flush. Very under-repped.
125.
What do you do? As Roberto, we do have middle pair. Don't think we can check fold too often here.
I mean, in theory, this is obviously never a check fold. I don't know if we can check fold it maybe against Gary. But with a snap check on the turn, we can still have the best hand. There's still quite some holdings that we beat.
Gonna be put to the test on the river. Oh, Gary, he checks back. Wow. Extremely tight check back from Gary on the river. I was saying he thought he had King 10 of spades, which would make some more sense.
So is this the trick of an experienced poker player? Or is he telling the truth? What do your spider senses tell us, Andrew? Is he lying?
I would never cast such aspersions at the honorable Mr. Gary Spinks. How dare you even question his moral fiber, Manuel Zapf?
I have to question everything
to
as
see
a
check back.
journalist. You have to question.
Very surprised, of course, to see a check back. But Roberto will be very happy to see it. Would have normally been put to a decision, and Midi is going to send it. Does have the pocket tens. Roberto, a few small cracks appearing, Manny. Still, of course, in great shape.
Yeah, at some point there's gonna come the switch where we're not gonna open raise any two anymore, especially with Gary flatting in position, with Thomas realizing he can shove a lot. Even the short stacks have been showing some aggression now and then and are aware he's open raising any two. So maybe soon we'll find the point where we're gonna open fold some 8-3s and 7 deuces.
Yeah, very interesting final table. A lot of fun to watch. Midi is going to complete with the Jack-9 suited. Have seen him walking Roberto a lot. Jack-9 suited a little too strong. Now, is Roberto going to downshift or continue the relentless raising? He does continue. Makes it 175k to go. Don't imagine that Midi will limp fold this hand. Does continue.
Heads up. Check.
Very interesting. Ace, King, 9. Midi, of course, going to be aware of just how wide Roberto will ISO. We could see something interesting down the streets here, Manny. Roberto with the essential nut low does start us off with around about 40%. Midi with a very quick call with bottom pair.
That's a good one.
Yeah, gonna be very interesting. Especially if a 9 or a jack comes, this could mean absolute fireworks. Because Roberto has the nut low, as you've just mentioned.
To see them, you know the photos that you're taking today. How do I get to see them?
Very interesting spot. Will Roberto continue the story?
Excuse me. Can you ask this lady here? How will we get to see the photographs? Yeah, I'm on Facebook. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I think we just have to, right?
I mean,
Can't be checking 4 high here on the turn, can you?
I mean, absolutely, but he is aware Midi, extremely experienced player. Can't imagine Midi is going to fold an ace or a king very often. Of course, some 9x will fold to turn bets. Very interesting spot.
And some king X might as well sometimes.
Oh, he is going to go for it on the turn. I think Midi has laid it down. Does find the fold. And Roberto relentlessly going after this title. Does get it through on the turn with the 4 high.
I think
Another one of
really
those spots, Manny, where in theory we don't get to fold. Very, very tricky on the stone bubble.
Yeah, it's really helping Roberto, I think, in this specific scenario that all the strong ace X are not gonna limp call pre from Midi's range. They're rather looking to limp jam. So that makes this bluff spot a little bit more attractive, and it worked out just fine.
Yeah, Midi potentially will have some traps with pocket aces, exactly, even pocket kings. But I would agree, 9's probably limp shoving. Hands like ace queen probably limp shoving. But yeah, it does become difficult for Midi to defend the turn. Fair play to Mr. Romanello, finds the turn barrel, gets it through. I'm gonna have to give a little shout out here, Manny. Mr. Jack O'Neill in the chat says, "You ate to see such a long bubble." Jack, that hand, give us your thoughts on that hand. That's one of the wildest hands I've ever covered in the booth. Unbelievable. Big love to you, Jack. Thought you played great. That hand was insane. Truly madness. He took it well, Manny. He took it well.
Yeah, I mean, and he was unlucky yesterday as well, so definitely quite some unlucky endings of some hands, especially the 8s versus the 8 deuce, of course, with the chop pot celebration dance. I can't get tired to say it. It's just, it was such a unique situation. But of course, must feel very rough, Jack. GG and well played.
Yeah, GG, buddy. Played very well. We are. I'm hopeful that someone clips that entire sequence. It was more when the camera panned to Jack, and he's just sitting there looking very nonplussed at the whole situation. Whilst Paul was doing his little hip thrust celebration, it was quite the sight to behold. Anyway, guys, we are still six-handed. For any of you just joining on YouTube, welcome along. This is the final table of the 5K Super High Roller World Series of Poker Circuit event number 8, coming to you from Dusk Till Dawn. We're still six-handed. 5 will be paid. Winner taken down £66,500 plus a World Series of Poker Circuit ring. Roberto continuing his aggression. Here we go. Gary finding a 3-bet, Manny. This is a new development.
355. Fold.
Oh, very nice spot here to 3-bet, especially considering that Roberto has an 92 range. We have great blockers. Would have liked him to choose a little bit bigger sizing. Don't really want to give Roberto an incentive to call in position here. He's not going to do that with a 9-deuce suited, obviously, but there are many hands where he's going to call and can get into some very dicey spots post-flop.
Yeah. Pots can become inflated. Although perhaps Gary thinking that Roberto's range is so wide that we can go with a smaller sizing and get lots of that range just to fold. But I understand what you mean for sure. Jack says, I'm just hoping to escape this without becoming an internet poker meme. Oh, mate, it was quite the thing to witness and behold. Anyway, back we go. Keith laying down the 8-deuce. Roberto finding a premium holding. Ace-10 of diamonds. It's quickly becoming Roberto versus Gary. It's going to be very interesting, Manny, to see how this develops. It's going to be a lot of clashes with Gary having direct position.
Yeah, Gary is in a position to win this whole thing out of nowhere. I mean, he was the shortest stack at one point even. And now he picks up some spot for potential 3-bets with the king-queen last hand. Now the ace-10 offsuit on the button. I'm going to be interesting to see how he continues this. But the long tank makes me think that he might just lay this one down. I took the last one. You take this one, buddy.
Yeah, and you have called it, Manuel. Emra forced once more just to relinquish the 8-9.
Do you know what I had? I swear I'm honest, do you know what I had? He knows I won't like, that's why. I had ace-10.
We still haven't seen an open fold yet from Roberto, I believe, in the last 60 minutes at least.
It really does make for fun viewing when you know he's getting 100% VPIP. Hope you are all enjoying at home, guys. Final 6 of the 5K Super High Roller. We will be going on a short break in around about 20 minutes time. So stick with us, guys. Myself and Manuel, we will go and get a well-deserved cup of tea. Or as you Germans do, what is it, Manuel? Water, you were telling me. I've never been more ashamed of you in my whole life. Water on the break.
Sparkling water. Let's be clear here.
Very important to remain hydrated. Especially in our old age. right? That's what they say.
Oh, that's what they say. Yes. I mean, at least we don't have to make tough decisions as the players have to do. So it might be even more important for them to drink a nice little sparkling water. But I won't say no to one in the break.
Yeah, we really haven't seen many missteps. Everybody aware of this precarious bubble situation. Roberto back at it with the King Jack. Does pick up the blinds and antes.
Yeah, now I realize I shouldn't have called it sparkling water. Should have called it water with bubbles, since we are at the bubble.
Yeah, I got shafted. I got shafted by King Jack.
60, please.
Tommy Luco in chat saying, I see it coming, Roberto bobbling this. I cannot imagine that.
Fold.
Not yet. Lots of things would need to happen for this one. He's also such an accomplished player, so even if he gets into the situation where he's going to be a little bit shorter, I think he's very capable of shifting gears within seconds.
Blind, please. 60, 60. Thank you. We're all stretching
He
here.
didn't stretch my arm.
Fold. Fold.
Folded round to Keith in the cutoff, working with just over 10 bigs. Will be very aware that he doesn't want to blind out.
Fold. Fold.
Still, Manny shows you the pressure of the bubble. Himself and Emra, I believe, on the shortest stacks. Berto, for the first time at this final, just with a call, limps the pocket fives in the small blind. Ace, King, Jack. Gary does flop a gut shot to Broadway. And there it is. Really has held over Roberto thus far at the FT.
150.
Does find a pot-sized turn bet.
550.
Wow! And Roberto, sensing shenanigans, goes for a big check raise on the turn. Did not expect this development, Manny.
No, definitely not. Very, very tricky. And Gary just sending it. And we have a new chip leader.
Just like that, up to 3.8 million. Gary Spinks, ladies and gentlemen.
He's re-raised me. I've got a straight.
Certainly a missed opportunity, though, Manuel. Just to call when Roberto does have bluffs. Potential to pick up more money on a later street somehow. Very surprised to see him just jam it in.
Yeah, he just doesn't want the board to pair. He doesn't want the flush draw to come in. He definitely has big respect for Roberto Romanello and doesn't want to be put into tricky river spots. We've seen him snap shove before. We've seen him make some large jams as well. So for him, it's to secure them in cash, get there with as big stack as possible, but not to be put in these awkward spots.
All in. Fold.
Now Keith has decided now is the time. Ships in his king-queen suited. As we alluded to, very important not to blind down too short. Does pick up a very important set of blinds and antes.
Yeah. He did. No, he did.
What about small blinds?
Small blind now.
Oh, small blind, that's it. I'm a bit. I thought you was like, it's a small blind, that's
That's a
it.
small blind.
Ali Ayub in the chat having some nice words for us. Excellent comps, gentlemen. I was going to play this event, but I was only 4,960 pounds short. Well, I hope you can spin those 40 pounds up in something else. Maybe play the main event.
Get yourself to the blackjack table, Ali. There's still time for the next one.
120. Fold. Fold.
Please note, we do not encourage irresponsible gambling here at the World Series of Poker Circuit Events comms. Now, very interesting. Keith going for a non-all-in open here under the gun. It's gonna look super strong.
500 raise. Fold. 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 Fold.
Oh wow, he's been 3-bet. Gary finding the 3-bet with the 4s against a 12 big blind open. He's got some moves, has Mr. Spinks.
Yeah, definitely. Really been stepping up his game, and now he's chip leading literally out of nowhere after losing the king-queen to the king-jack of spades. This has been quite a surprising turn of
Quite
events
the
here.
wild card is Mr. Spinks. Showing it the capabilities to get the chips moving with a less than premium holding. Not something we had seen thus far at the FT. He is up over 4 million.
And I guess if it wasn't already the change before, now it should be time to not open raise any two anymore for Roberto Romanello.
Interesting, can be hard to downshift, but he does find it. Possibly his first non-VPIP hand. Right, finding the pocket sevens here on the button into the two shorter stacks. Would imagine he sends it in, and he does. Emra and Keith both very short now.
Yeah, dangerously short. I mean, every player here has done a great job of maneuvering that short stack at this really ICM nightmare, I want to call it, with Roberto Romanello at the final table. But it's getting closer and closer.
Yeah,
The
very
air-
difficult.
You go ahead.
Yeah, Midi and Ryan have both managed to keep themselves afloat. Both in that sort of 20 to 25 big blind realm. But Emra and Keith both now sub 10 bigs. Going to be very difficult. Likely a battle between the two of them to avoid the bubble. And Roberto back doing what he does best, opening the Jack 10 under the gun. And look at this. Gary has decided he's going to continue to go to war. All of a sudden makes things very awkward for Roberto Manuel, being out of position to the chip leader. As you hear the other players at the table rooting for an all-in.
Yeah, Gary definitely sending out some signals to Roberto. Hey, you're not the only big stack anymore. I'm here to play.
130.
But I guess on this flop, he just has to fold.
Yeah, Roberto deciding that he will continue the aggression, flopping a gut shot. Gary has not folded yet. Look at this. Gonna float with the Queen 10. Roberto not going to be pleased with this development. Turn does pair the board. Very interesting dynamic building between these two. And he is not slowing down. Important to note, he does block hands like pocket tens and pocket jacks, which Gary will always continue with, also blocking a hand like a jack nine of clubs. Very nicely timed double barrel from Roberto, showing he's still fearless. Takes it down, gets himself back to 3.5 million.
It also maybe helps that Gary has been raising his value hands every once in a while, even in position. So maybe he can determine the range a little bit better. Not too many 9x, not too many 7x in there. So we can take a second stab at it and just take it down with those overcards and the gut shot.
Yeah, absolutely. If you are just joining the stream, guys, welcome. This is the final table of the 5K Super High Roller, and we are still six-handed on the stone bubble. One player away from making the money. If you are enjoying the stream, please make sure, guys, to go and subscribe to our channel. Give us a like and a follow at DTD Club and at DTD Live. Find both of those on Twitter and on Instagram. Lots more live content coming up this year from dusk till dawn. Keep your eyes on our socials. All the information will be coming your way. Keith on the button with the 9-3 off. Is in the tank. Eddie in this awkward 15 big blind spot, once again showing he is not afraid to bubble. Sends it in for 15 bigs. Takes it down. We've seen Manuel, he's not shying away from any of these all-ins, even with a couple of super short stacks.
Yeah, definitely he's not here to being pressured by anyone. He took his spots, fighting back, maintaining his mediocre chip stack. Hasn't had an amazing run of cards either. So well done to keep his position, to be in the middle of the pack.
Sure. As I mentioned, guys, we are going on a break within the next 10 minutes. And blinds will be going up when we return. You have to think, Manny, that a tipping point is not far away. Couple of extremely short stacks, and when the blinds go up, going to be even more pressure on the rest of the players.
I mean, I disagreed with you for the first 2 hours of the stream, but now this is the turning point for me as well, where I think something is about to happen at some point. Didn't expect this one, though. To be honest, Jack 9, a little bit too loose for me.
Here we go. Emra has sent it in with the Jack 9. Deciding that he needs to maintain some fold equity. Ships his 6 bigs. Gary asking for a count. Does only have the Jack 5. Would be surprised to see him look this up, Manny, even getting a relatively good price.
Yeah, I'm even surprised to have him think this through. This should already be in the muck, in my opinion.
10 seconds.
He is going to use a time extension.
I mean, it's not like Emra has been playing super wild here and taking a lot of shoving spots. This man has been folding for 2 hours. Gary, lay down the Jackson 5.
Wow, and he's going to run it looks like. He does make the call, and he's going to see he's in really bad shape against the Jack-9 of Emra. First real misstep of this FT for Gary. Emra looking to hold him off. Avoid that dreaded bubble. Queen 6-3 on the flop. Oh, and the turn is a 5. And Gary vaults into the lead. Emra gonna need one of the remaining 9s, or he is gonna be our unfortunate bubble player. And unfortunately for Emra, we lose him in 6th place. Brutal ending. GG Emra. Played well. Nasty way to go, Manny.
Yeah, I underestimated the power of that Jack 5. But yeah, a little bit of a crazy call here. He did get lucky, but we are here to gamble after all. I'm very unlucky for Emra. I said it earlier, I really loved the performance of him. He really took his spots. And then just ended up being on the very unlucky side of a 2-hour-long bubble. This one must hurt.
Yeah, brutally long bubble. You can see the relief on the face of the rest of the players. And guys, finally, the bubble has burst. We are down to 5 in the 5K Super High Roller here at the World Series of Poker Circuit Event Series. 5 left. Everybody now with £11,400 locked. 66.5K for the win. You can almost feel the relief, Manny, from the rest of the players.
Yeah, I mean, everybody must feel good now. This has been a really, really long bubble.
And here we go. Keith immediately sends it first hand after the bubble. And Roberto waking up with the queens. Keith shipping 8 big blinds in. Can't really fault him 5-handed. Of course, Roberto makes the call with the queens. Just like that, we could be down to 4. Here we go, Manny. Ace-6 for Keith Johnson up against Roberto's queens.
And now it could go pretty fast. Players are going to be rather short after this bubble, or at least Keith is. Don't mind the jam with the ace-6 here. Unlucky to run into queens. He's last in chips. He definitely needs to take spots.
Yeah, absolutely. Difficult to fault him. Here we go. Ace-6 for Keith, looking to run down the queens of Roberto. That is a very bad flop for that ace-6. Roberto still way out in front with a heart in his hand. Keith is going to need one of the remaining offsuit aces, or he is going to be out in 5th. The river is a 9, and we do indeed lose Keith Johnson. Well played, Keith. GG. Taking home £11,400 for 5th place. Not too much to be done. Had to sneak himself into the money. Just like that, guys, we are down to 4. Guys, we are going to take a short break, and we will be back in around about 15-20 minutes time with the conclusion of this 5K Super High Roller. Please join us in 10 to 15.
cost me
Neither can you apparently. Neither can you apparently. Yeah. No, that's it.
By the loss. You know what? What's your name? Sorry. Rob. Anyway, I got ace king of diamonds. Yeah. He got king queen. The flop come queen 9. That's it. Can I get running ace or whatever? You know, he flopped me dead like just about. He knocked everybody out. That's really nice. Stevie Dwight knocked every single one of us out. Brutal.
And blinds are 80. Who went off this? 80.
Oh, it's me.
Yep.
I'm on the bottom, yeah.
I don't even know what the money.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back
Sorry, what?
after that short intermission. Just like that, we are four-handed in this 5K World Series of Pocket Circuit event coming to you from dusk till dawn in Nottingham. Myself, Andrew Hedley, and Mr. Manuel Zapf on co-comms. And we are here for the long haul, guys, taking you all the way until the end, where we will crown our champion. 4 players remain. Mr. Ryan Otto, the man in your screen there, Mr. Tom Middleton, Roberto Romanello, and the man, the myth, the legend, the wild card, Mr. Gary Spinks. Should be a wild one, Manny. Four-handed, we would expect the pace of play now to ramp up significantly after an extremely long bubble, my friend.
Yeah, everybody has their chunk of money secured now. Everybody can feel a little bit relaxed. I don't think that the big stacks can pressure as much anymore. Everybody's here now to play to win. I don't think they're gonna have a lot to risk, and I expect fireworks from now on.
Yeah, absolutely. As you can see, blinds are up once more. 80K. Midi open shoving the small blind for around about 15 bigs. Roberto gonna get rid of the queen 3 off. Roberto and Gary both with around about the same stack, I believe. Similar situation for Ryan and Midi. Gonna be interesting to see how things develop now that we are down to 4.
Small blind, big blind, please.
There's going to be a lot of shoving from the shorter stacks. Even effective shoving from the big stacks when we go in blind battle scenarios. So I expect a little bit less of min raising. And here we have a great example once more. Ryan just piling 935k into the middle with ace-9. Very standard play, four-handed. And it will work out brilliantly for him, picking up 200k. So 2 short stacks shoved directly after the break, working out just fine for Mr. Middleton with the Jack-10 suited. And now for the short stack. Yeah, Gary gets the job done as well. Ryan, excuse me.
Yeah, well analyzed, my friend. Really excited to see how things develop. Obviously, Midi and Roberto, extremely accomplished players.
If you don't ask, you don't get, they say, don't they?
Yeah, kinda. I wish it worked that way.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm feeling a little bit like Team Spinks though. He's been cracking me up with some of the table talk. Bit of a wild card is Mr. Spinks.
Yeah,
he's right in the hunt, man. He's right in there.
It's been quite an experience. I love to see true characters like that play. The table talk, you know, bring a little bit of emotions to the table as well. Why not? Has been a fun ride so far.
Absolutely. Gary does limp the small with 4-5. Ryan checking his option with the 6-3 suited. Does outflop Gary with middle pair versus bottom pair. And just like that, he is going to send it. Gary with a pot-size bet on the flop. Ryan correctly working out that Gary is going to have very few ace-X with the stacks being so shallow pre. Gary now in a very awkward spot. Ryan could, of course, have a bunch of draws. Could have diamonds, 7-5s, hands like 3-5 in a limped pot.
8. Yep, 9. 975, yep.
Very awkward.
3 seconds.
The problem for Gary here is that he's not even doing great against all the mentioned draws, straight draws, flush draws, and that's probably best case scenario for him. So at best he will be flipping with the bottom pair. Yeah, and also he's blocking some straight draws with a 5, so I do like the fold.
Important to note for anyone just joining us, we are playing on a shot clock. And as you can see, Gary has burned through all of his time bank cards. So going to put a very interesting dynamic in play. Had only 10 seconds or so there to make a decision. Which is part of the problem, Manny. If you do not utilize your time bank cards correctly, you get yourself put in these very awkward spots short-handed.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a tanker myself, so I would be out of time cards in like the second level and be put into awkward spots regularly.
That's exactly why they were invented, my friend, to punish
I'm the reason.
procrastinators such as yourself. Now, Ryan in the small with the 7-8 off. Does limp in. Midi, of course, will be raising this hand. Does look like he's going to induce rather than jam. I think I like this play. Keep in some hands we dominate. We are only 15 bigs effective, but don't want to have a pure all-in range when we do indeed raise. Midi going to take it down pre.
Yeah, Midi has been showing in every situation so far that he's very aware of what's going on. Really picking great spots so far, not afraid. Really like the style of play. You haven't promised too much. You said you know him, Andrew, and yeah, he's really been showing a great performance here.
What can you say about Midi? He is one of the OGs, almost as old as me, Manuel, if you can believe it.
Oh, I'm not sure if I believe that.
I was just waiting for a stunned silence as if to say, yes, you are very aware. But yeah, Midi playing very well, keeping himself in the mix. We are, of course, very shallow. Him and Ryan, sub 20 BBs. Both navigated themselves into this final four. Very sticky situation on that bubble, both in the mix to take down the title. Now Roberto against his nemesis at this FT, Gary. Is going to come in for a call pre. Gary checks back the 9-5 off. Queen 10-3 with 2 spades. Both players check. Roberto now does improve on the turn. Would expect a small bet here. Fold out some equity if Gary is going to do so. It's going to be enough to get it done.
And he's back in the chip leader seat. Has lost the chip lead quite a while ago to Gary, and now he's fighting back. Gonna be very interesting, especially because Gary has position and he has shown that he is flatting. So we can definitely prepare ourselves for some bigger pots between these two along the way.
It really has been one of the main features of this FT. Now Roberto with the 6s on the button.
Gonna be interesting to see if he sizes up here due to the stack size in the big blind. As we know, Ryan, the short stack.
Well, here we go. This is going in. We are gonna have a big flip. Do not see Roberto folding here versus the 16 bigs. 15 bigs. Yep, 16 big blinds of Ryan. We are gonna be off to the races, Manny.
It's a classic flip. It's always these coin flips that decide the destiny of your tournament, in this case of Ryan's tournament. I cannot see Roberto folding 6 here either. Andrew.
1,255,000.
Yeah, for 15 bigs, Roberto does make the call. And here we go. Huge flip here, four-handed. Ace 10 of hearts for Mr. Ryan Otto. Roberto Romanello with the 6s. He could be three-handed just like that.
Do you want me to rearrange it? Good? Yeah.
Here we go. Ryan does flop a gut shot to Broadway. Turn is no good. Looking to hit one of the remaining aces, kings, or tens in the deck. And no good. River is the deuce of clubs. To say GG, good game, sir. Ryan Otto, great performance. Played very solid. Kept himself in the hunt. Roberto finds the hold with the 6s. GG Ryan takes home 4th place in this 5K Super High Roller, taking home £17,000. Just like that, Manny, we are down to 3, and what a 3 we have left.
Yeah, what characters we have left here with 3 players fighting for the WSOP ring. And of course, £66,500. GG to Ryan. He came to this final table very short, made it to the money, managed to hold 2 times being ahead against Roberto Romanello in all-in situations, and got himself to 4th place. I would say he's not going to be disappointed with that result.
Yeah, managed to ladder himself up well to 4th. Unfortunate to bust in the flip. And what a lineup, guys. Tom Middleton, Roberto Romanello, the wild card, Mr. Gary Spinks. This could be awesome viewing. Hope you're enjoying the coverage, guys. We are taking you through all the way to the conclusion. Myself and Mr. Manuel Zapf in the booth. Be handed here, super high roller. WSOP circuit event ring on the line. Don't think we have to worry anymore, Manny, about the table talk.
I know it was like 7-4, 7-5.
Yeah, everybody's relaxed now. Everybody's locked up a decent chunk of money. And they're playing for the title now, but they're gonna have fun with it. That's good to see.
Roberto giving Gary a little rub down, saying, "Why are you defending 7-5 suited on the stone bubble?"
I don't know what you insinuated. No, I don't. I play. No, you don't know me. I play with some nice shitters. That's what get you paid the shit one. How much is it on me? That will get you paid the shit one.
What?
You're right there, half. No, I just missed. All right. So I'll play an edge shit. I want a huge pot of 7-5 on that table. Oh, all right. 3.5 million.
Raise 160.
Yeah.
We'll let you guys listen into the table talk as much as possible. It's going to be spicy. And Midi trying to sneak one through here amidst the chatter. Raises the button with the Jack-9.
Yeah, I really like it. He's not scared anymore. People cannot really go crazy against him. Gary wakes up with a hand, very unlucky. But I like the attempt. He used the short stack, he has nothing to lose. So he can still open raise, or he can again open raise a little bit lighter.
You asked me earlier if it was shenanigans on Gary's part, feigning ignorance in a few spots. I feel like you might have pulled the wool over their eyes a little, six-handed Manny. I think he knows what he's doing, this boy. Man, should I say. It's me. Wurzel says we can't hear the table at all. Be good if we could. Let me get right on it, my friend. Let's see if we can sort that out. I was purposefully being a little quiet to give you guys the chance to listen in.
All in?
Gary sending it in with the ace-9. Nothing for Midi to do but fold the 10-3.
He was slowly scooching in closer.
Yeah, move your this way so I can sneak him over.
Oh, I offered you this fold.
I know that I'll get in trouble. Probably get barred even if you.
Look at you. Ryan like an eagle. Yeah, please.
For anyone just joining us, guys, this is the World Series circuit.
Can you stop
Super high roller, 5K. We are three-handed in the hunt for the £66,500 first place prize and World Series of Poker Circuit ring. In your picture, we have Mr. Gary Spinks, we have Tom Middleton, and Roberto Romanello.
Second one's a 2 then. Oh, 2 or 3.
Midi has jammed the small with Queen 10. Gonna get a fold from Roberto.
I'm not wearing one.
Hopefully you guys can hear the table talk as soon as possible. If you cannot, very entertaining. Gonna be an uphill battle here for Midi Manny. For Midi Manny. Like, round about 12.5 bigs up against two sort of 40 to 50 big blind stacks. Gonna have to get the chips moving.
It's going to be the same as it was just for Ryan. If he manages to double up once, he's right in the mix.
Yeah.
If he doesn't, he's right out of here.
Heads up.
Absolutely. With that flip win from Roberto, right back up to 5.2 mil. Does flop best here. Top pair, King 8 of clubs. Gary does have a gut shot on an overcard.
It's got to be 80, Andy. It's got to be 80. That's what I thought.
Yeah, no, it's 80.
No, it's got to be 80. No, it's got to be 80. I misread the yellows for it.
Gary does make the call.
My bad. No, it's all right. I just thought when you put 40 in the line, I thought it's got to be 80, surely.
No, they're just coming in.
And wow, Gary continuing to hold over Roberto. does turn the better top pair. Roberto continues to bet. Gary does call. Round about quarter pot from Roberto on the turn.
Yeah, on many rivers, I wouldn't be surprised to see Roberto value bet again. Must feel very strong here about his 8.
115.
We've got 10 anyway. How much is it? 1 what?
115.
I know, yeah, but okay. Cleared that. I know I was winning as soon as that thing comes on, yes.
Gary Spinks, what a wild card, Manuel. I don't think Roberto can quite work him out.
Yeah, very unique playing style, but seems to be very successful at this final table so far. Catches some nice runouts as well here, hitting his overcard. Actually, getting twice bet into. He might be close to having the chip lead again. It's gonna be a very close battle between these two. Unless Thomas Middleton finds the double up and finds the comeback.
Yeah, Midi, as we know, extremely dangerous, accomplished player. Looking to find the spin up. Berto on the button with the 7-4 of hearts. Is going to come in for a raise.
I'm on a small blind, sorry.
Midi finds the Queen 10 of clubs, is just going to send it for around about 11 bigs. Picks up the pot. Roberto, of course, folding his 7 high.
Plenty answer, please.
Up to around about 1.2 million. Roberto with 5 million. Gary with around about 4 million. Blinds are 40 and 80k. Three-handed in this super high roller. Third place guys will take home £27,000. Then 43 for second and 66.5 for the win.
Now look at that open race, talking about wild cards.
6x.
That's big.
That is a big raise. Certainly potential for Midi to have reshoved their pre if it was just a normal open size. Gary with the large open takes it down pre.
You're the big blind.
Now it really shows once again he does not want to be put in any awkward spots against Roberto. He rather takes down the small pot, doesn't risk losing a big one.
Just thinking, I mean, do you want to look at figures? I forgot about that. Is anybody bothered or you just want to play on?
Maybe on next hand.
Say again? Just play. Yeah, I'm not bothered. I'll spin it up. I couldn't care less. I mean, the money don't matter to me. Just thinking if you wanted to.
Some talk there of a deal discussion. Quickly knocked back by Midi.
Cannot oblige, not with that.
That's pretty.
I'll let you play with it.
Can I?
Yeah, you can have it. You put your chips in with it.
What?
Berto with the 3.5x open from the small. Perhaps recognizing, Manny, that Gary is very aware of how short Tom is.
Good luck.
Starting to leverage that chip advantage against the middling stack.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of incentive now to not get involved as chip second with the chip leader. There's a huge price jump, and you obviously want the short stack to go out, and then you can spin it up heads up and take it down anyways. That should be the plan, right?
As the famous quote goes, I love it when a plan comes together. We'll have to see if it works. But yes, indeed. Been a
Even
lot of fun.
s-
A lot of fun to commentate on this one.
Yeah, it even says on the back of his jacket, "Final Table, Mr. Spinks."
What a cool nickname. Gary Mr. Final Table Spinks. Manuel, if you had to have a nickname that's not Never Fold Queen 5, now is your time to shine. Make it a good one.
Oh my goodness, I've been living with this screen name for so long. It's kind of hard to give it up now within a matter of seconds, Andrew. What are you asking of me?
I don't know. Like Manuel the Falcon Zapf.
What 10 for
Oh, Midi, you hate to see it. Gets the walk with the pocket jacks. Mr. Final Table, he knew where he was at. What do you think, Manuel? The Falcon. That's pretty good.
The Falcon? You know what? I take it. I take it. I believe anything else you come up with is going to be worse, so.
Falcon. I know, I'm tired, brother. It's 1 in the morning. Give me a bit more time, I'll come up with something else. Any apologies to the viewers? Right, Gary, back in the mix. Queen Jack off on the button. Elects
Mixing
to
it
limp
up.
in. Yeah, we have seen a few of these open limps from Gary. Does mix his game up very well. It's difficult to play against. Midi going to get out of the way with the 10-4. Roberto content to check his option with the 6-3 suited. Does flop a gut shot on the 8-5 deuce. Looks like he's coming with lead.
Yeah, probably not giving Gary too much credit to be trapping or to be limping the bottom part of his range. So realizing that this board should be much, much better for his checking range since he has all the 8x, he has all the 2 pairs, 5x.
Look at this, Gary just not going anywhere.
He floated before with a queen 10, but I doubt that Roberto is gonna check a lot of turns here.
Turn is the 7 of diamonds. We can see a double barrel will likely work. Is counting out chips for the turn barrel. Really has shown strong awareness in most of these spots, Roberto, on when to double barrel. Recognizing that most of Gary's really strong value range does open pre. Gets the job done with the 2/3 sizing on the turn. They've had a really interesting back and forth, Manny, the two of them.
Yeah, quite some interesting hands, starting with the 7-5 versus the queen 8, and then quite some post-flop clashes as well. Roberto, close to the 6 million mark now, coming up on top, it looks like, for the moment.
It really has been a lot of fun to watch. We are still 3-handed, and Midi waking up with a premium. Ace King on the button.
160.
Does look to induce. Needs action with his strongest hands. Looking to find that spin up.
It's a very easy fold, that is. That's a good baccarat.
Unfortunately for Midi, no chance for his opponents to continue.
That's a very easy fold, and how that in Texas Hold'em, that's a very easy fold.
Please tweet.
cards back in the air as we continue, guys, three-handed in this pursuit for the World Series of Poker Circuit event high roller title. Roberto Romanello on the button with the King 10.
160. Fold. Fold.
Does pick up the blinds and antes.
Big blind, please.
In the chat, Manuel, we have Lara Santos saying, trust me, you don't want to know what we're saying. Is that the dealer? Is the dealer allowed to comment in the YouTube comment section? Surely that's a breach of terms and conditions somehow.
I hope she's not referring to my new nickname.
The Falcon. I'm going to get you a jacket made up, mate, especially for you. Or perhaps a t-shirt with a falcon on it and your face on the falcon.
I'd make it as well in green since it's Paddy's Day.
And Midi sending it from the small. 15 bigs with the 9-7 of diamonds. Berto not folding yet.
Fold.
Does release. Midi keeping himself afloat. As we know, an extremely accomplished player. They're going to want to get rid of him, Manny, before he doubles.
Yeah, especially in Roberto's shoes now with the chip lead. Doubling Midi would probably the worst thing that could be happening. Once he's heads up, he is the more experienced player in terms of played hands and played tournaments, played big final tables. I mean, he should be the favorite to win the heads up once Midi is out. But yeah, he's a tough one to get out. But you really don't want to double him up.
Absolutely. Midi now with the king-queen suited. Finding some hands, and Gary has sent it in. Oh, Midi in a very tough spot here.
Can you put your cards just closer to the line? Yes. Good. Do you have it?
Ah, he's showing some awareness here, Manny, though. Not happy here against the snap jam of Gary.
Yeah, this is a disaster.
He's giving him the speech. As we listen in, he knows, Manny.
Call.
Typically in a three-handed game, you gotta call. And he's gonna get the bad news. Gary Spinks, a 70% favorite to take this match heads up. Midi gonna need some help. One of the remaining three queens. Flop is king high. Midi with some backdoor straight and flush draws working for him. That is not one of them. Drawing it to one of the remaining three queens in the deck. And the river is the three of hearts. Midi, good game, Tom Middleton. Played a very strong final table, kept himself in the mix, but we do lose Tom Middleton in third place, taking home £27,000. Almost as if it was destined, Manny. Gary Spinks against Roberto Romanello, battling throughout this final, and now they get to battle out heads up.
Very unlucky to bust there. It's one of these spots where you have to call, but you don't want to, especially versus that snap jam. I can understand the pain.
He gave him the speech straight away. You could see Midi wasn't happy about it. But good game, Tom. Well played. And we are going to get a continuation of the... I don't think it's a grudge match, is it? They've been in very good spirits, but they've been battling throughout this final. Gary Spinks versus Roberto Romanello
So you don't have to.
for the High Roller title and the World Series of Poker Circuit ring.
Heads up.
No,
No
no,
antes, it's just.
Gonna be very interesting to see if Roberto Romanello just keeps on raising a lot. And I'm really curious about the sizings that we're gonna see from Mr. Spinks. Is he gonna continue limping a little bit, then again coming in with a 6x or 5x, or is he gonna stick to one size in the heads-up match? Anything can happen. You said it before, Andrew. This is a wild card heads-up.
Yeah, really looking forward to watching this play out. Roberto with all the experience in the world. I don't know so much about Gary, so I hope we're not doing him a disservice. Would imagine Roberto will have the experience edge. Intriguing to see what happens. I believe we're around about 50 big blinds effective.
Two big blankets.
So yeah, a bunch of play still to go, you would imagine, as we proceed. Guys, second place will take home £43,000 and the winner £66,500 and the World Series of Poker Circuit ring. So let's get to it, Manny.
Let's get it on. It's crunch time, Andrew.
That's right,
This is-
Falcon.
This is the purest form of poker. Heads up, man versus man. Now you need to prove yourself.
I thought when you said
Brady.
Sorry. Didn't mean it.
It's
I've
alright.
just been used to like Andy being in there.
Anything could happen here. Almost feels like it was destiny. They've been battling all night.
Blind, please. 40.
Yeah, it's not only an interesting setup for heads-up match, it's also one with a little bit of history and two characters that are
Brazil.
obviously enjoying themselves as well. So you really love to see it. I think it's a great end to this final table to see who comes out victorious.
Yeah, absolutely. We are around about 55 big blinds effective. Gary is going to start us off with a limp with the Queen 7.
It's alright.
And Roberto flops huge right off the bat. Top two pair
Check.
is going to check it over to Gary. And as you suggested, Manuel, some large sizings right off the bat from Gary. 125k.
525.
Unfortunately for Roberto, with a very large check raise, Gary really not got enough hand to continue. Unless he wants to get real out of line.
And we do have the backdoor straight and the backdoor flush. Flush draw only being 7 high though. Once we choose that big sizing and get raised, it's gonna be really tough to continue this one. But we've seen Gary float hands we would have snap folded. So
A good bet, sorry.
Oh wow, not sure if you guys can hear the table talk. The dealer announced all in from Gary when he actually said good bet. I believe you could pinpoint the moment, Manuel, where his soul left his body.
yeah, you don't want to be going all in with Queen 7 here.
Wow, that would have been one of the wildest sets ups of all time.
Yeah, Roberto fast playing his 2-pair here. Also fairly standard, I would say. Even in the GTO world, the 2-pair you want to be slow playing, usually top and bottom, not top.
Yeah, unfortunate for Roberto. Gary just with Queen High. We have the battle of the 8-9 offsuits. Ace 10 deuce rainbow.
Check.
Both players check. Turn is a 4. Roberto gonna come in for a small stab. That will be the end of that.
Fold.
Does take it down. We did speculate, Manny, how the action would go heads up. We've seen 2 limped pots already. Typically, you don't see too much limping at 50 big blinds and above. Normally reserved for kind of sub 30 bigs. It'll be interesting to see how things progress as we go.
Yeah, Roberto's probably gonna want to keep the pots rather small, grind the opponent down. I mean, you've just seen a perfect example when both players are holding the same hand. The more aggressive approach wins the hand, and that is usually gonna be Roberto. So, yeah, he's gonna try to grind him down, and Gary's gonna try to do some magic and fight back, I guess.
But they're the ones that we get paid. They're not so good ones.
The ones that you didn't put.
No, the ones that the good cards don't get paid. The 7-5 or 7-4 or whatever.
Definitely 2 different playstyles here going at it.
The guys both paid, yeah, I got 7-5. Yeah. Sorry, I don't want to get on secret. Anyway, and I've lost the street.
Still referenced in that massive pot they played with the 7-5
Incredible.
and the Queen 8. Now Roberto on the button with the Queen 9 of Hearts
160.
is going to come in for a min raise. Gary gonna defend the 9-6.
Yeah, doesn't take that back yet. And call.
Yeah, fairly standard so far.
Very 60.
Ace, ace, king with 2 hearts. You can see Roberto with the best hand and the nut flush draw.
130.
Unfortunately, I've none of that.
Fold.
Very easy check fold for Gary. Roberto taking down a small one. Guys, if you are just joining, we are heads up in the super high roller here at the World Series of Poker Circuit Event Series. Coming to you from Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham. This is event 8 of the series. Winner will take down £66,500 and that well sought after World Series of Poker Circuit ring. We are heads up. Mr. Gary Spinks against Mr. Roberto Romanello in the hunt for the title. And here we go. 2 more premium hands in heads up. Pocket 8s for Gary. Roberto with the King Jack. And you referenced it, Manny. Gary with the huge open 6x on the button with the 8s. What do you do here with just King Jack?
Probably just time out. Let the clock run down. Because I don't really want to fold the King Jack here, but I don't really know how we can call this against Gary's 6-axing range. But Roberto trusts in his post-flop skill, even in close spots. It's weird because it's like there's no solution to the 6x open.
Yeah, you did reference that Gary might want to play some large pots. He's got his wish. Flop is check, check. Roberto still out in front with his pair of kings. Would expect him to start looking for value now. What we have seen of Gary, not too much slow playing of his real premium holdings. Roberto does find a double check. Gary checks back. River is a 3. Roberto with a very clear value bet now, you would imagine.
Gonna be very interesting to see the sizings. I guess Gary can still have some queen X in his hand where he might check twice and call a large river bet. Also, you probably want to go on the bigger size with your bluffs as well.
Yeah.
So wouldn't be surprised to see at least 2/3 pot size here.
It looks like an overbet. Roberto very aware that his pair of kings is good. And Gary will have a bunch of bluff catchers. Does come with 140% pot. Makes a lot of sense that we want to use a large size in here with our king X. To go with some of our bluffs. Gary does make the right laydown. Roberto opening up 2-1 chip leads here, heads up. Gary doing well post flop to not lose another chip.
Yeah, very problematic as well to play these pocket eights on this board. Specifically when you've chosen the 6x open raising size. These boards smash the defending range, I would believe. Even though it's tough to really know.
Yeah, we were down the rabbit hole with that one.
So it's how much now? 100?
From you, just 100, yes. Yeah.
Blinds are now up to 5,100k. Effective stack now 34 bigs. Roberto with the 8-5 of clubs on the button. Does decide to limp in. And Gary has just sent it. 35 bigs, Manny. This is going to be fun.
This is fun. I mean, we've expected this. He is not here for a long heads-up match. He wants to rip the chips into the middle or go home quickly.
Yeah.
But I don't think there's gonna be a lot of small pots. So of course, Roberto Romanello is still gonna limp a lot of buttons, but I think Gary is gonna counter-attack him with very large sizings.
And you know, it does make some sense not to be too presumptuous. But if Gary does think Roberto has a big skill edge, it's going to be in his interests to inflate pots. Perhaps look to gamble, you know, try and engage Roberto in some very large inflated pots. That would make some sense to me.
Yes, definitely. You don't want to be involved in a lot of small pots, because then the more experienced player is going to win most of them. But if you only play a few pots and they're very big, you win 2 or 3 of them and the heads-up match is over and you have the WSOP circuit ring.
Absolutely, my friend. So Roberto with around about a 2-1 advantage here. The ace-6 off on the button. Is it going to continue with the limping strategy? Gary with the infamous 7-5 suited is going to check. Does flop a gut shot. Neither player with a spade in their hand. Roberto with middle pair.
Check.
Is going to check it over.
Check.
Roberto content to check back. Gary does take the lead with the 7 of spades on the turn.
Yeah, 7-5 suited working out for Gary today. Maybe his new favorite hand.
Does elect to check. Would imagine Roberto will check back. Does have enough showdown. River is the king of diamonds. You would imagine this goes check, check.
Especially in heads up, these pairs, even on a 4 spades board, are worth so much more because ranges are even wider than in 6 max or in full ring tournament focus. So check check makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely. Gary taking down a small one. Guys, this is heads up in our 5K Super High Roller here at the WSOP Circuit Event Series. Guys, I hope you're enjoying the coverage. Thank you for staying up so late with us. And if you are intrigued to continue to follow the action at Dusk Till Dawn this week, we have live coverage of the main event final day. Myself and Manuel will be back here on Monday from 5 p.m. UK time. So please come and join us. Should be a lot of money up top in that one. Should be a stacked field. That is going to be one of our final events of the week, where we will be awarding another World Series of Poker circuit ring. And yeah,
I'm a little bit sad I can't play because of the commentating, because my girlfriend has been asking for a ring for 5 years now, so that would be an amazing chance to win one.
oh, I hope she's not listening in, my friend, just for your sake. 5 years with the Falcon. That's the treat.
I'm not buying that name yet.
I'm just gonna keep on hammering it, my friend, until it rings true. Now then, Roberto, 10-6 offsuit on the button, continuing this limping strategy. Gary does check the 9-5 off. Ace 4-7.
I really like the limping strategy here, especially against a player like Gary, who can easily 3-bet shove a lot of big blinds.
Sure.
With your weak holdings, you're just going to lose more chips than necessary.
Yeah, it would make a lot of sense for Roberto to limp stab, as we say, on lots of different textures. Lots of small betting. Look to grind Gary down. Does get it done with the small one big blind stab on the flop.
Come on, Spinks, let's win this.
One big
He has, he's got bracelets, he's got all sorts. I've only got trophies. He's got bracelets.
There's one big ring. That's almost a bracelet for me.
Gary giving himself a little pep talk. You'd love to see it.
Cheers, bud. I'm trying.
$150.
Raise, 400.
400. Raise.
Now Roberto leading from the big with the King 10 of clubs. Gary gonna bump it up on the button with top pair, does have the best hand. Very surprised to see Roberto check King 10 of clubs pre here. Got himself into a somewhat sticky situation. Of course, cannot fold to this raise with an overcard and a gut shot to the nuts. There is the king.
Check.
Gin card for Roberto. Gary with the $500,000 undeterred. Big pot brewing, Manny.
Yeah, Roberto obviously not going anywhere. I don't think that he's going to raise, because really missing some hands there to get value from. In case Gary is bluffing, you want to keep him in as well. And we do have that additional gut shot as well, so a very standard call.
Yep, absolutely. River is a brick.
Check.
Who's first check?
Gary does check back his pair of jacks,
No, I should
showing his irritation and displeasure. Roberto with the pair of kings, takes down the pot. All of a sudden opening up a 3-1 chip lead.
I know, but I was worried about the king, obviously.
Yeah, it might as well, after all, be the Roberto Romanello show. He started this final table as chip leader, has been pressuring a lot, and now he has that 3-1 chip lead, looking to close this one in. But Gary's not gonna go down without a fight, even though being behind.
Yeah, absolutely. Roberto looking to go wire to wire. But we do have Mr. Gary Spinks standing in his way, as you see our World Series of Poker ring in your shot. Beautiful camera work. Gotta give our team at Dusk Till Dawn a huge shout out for all the work they've put in, building the setup, providing the coverage. We appreciate you guys. Without you, there is no stream for us all to enjoy. Thank you very much to all the team at DTD.
Yeah, amazing work, and especially on a day like this, it really pays off, because if the players play poker and are entertaining like today, it's double the fun, and it's great to have all that amazing setup here. Oh, here we go again.
Gary. Perhaps a little inexperience here, heads up. Definitely don't want to overplay your tens to that extent. First little misstep, I would suggest. Gotta try and get some value from these premium hands, especially heads up. Does rip it in. Berto content to fold his jack-8 of clubs. Berto getting a walk with the ace-jack.
I mean, you can't forget we're still 35 big blinds deep. Was it 3.6 million or 2.6? Graphics just said 3.6.
Yeah, I think it is 2.6 after that pot with the jack-8. I'm not entirely sure. Berto continuing the limping strat with the jack-6 of clubs. Does indeed flop best once more. Content to check back with jack-high and a flush draw.
I like it. Don't really want to bet fold here versus a jam, but you really have to, and Gary definitely capable of jamming here certain hands versus a single bet, so we might as well delay this one.
That makes a lot of sense. Now Roberto does stab, perhaps looking to fold out some slightly better Jack X. Hands like King X, King Rag of Gary. Does get the job done. Continues to move up the chip lead. To extend his chip lead, excuse me. Showing his experience here, Roberto keeping the pot small, trying to keep control of this heads-up match. As we know, Gary is not going anywhere without a scrap.
I really like that check back. Also makes the flush, in case we make it on the turn, a little bit more hidden. Yeah, Roberto very, very experienced. Knows exactly what he's doing in every spot here.
Gary limping with the Jack-5 of diamonds. Roberto does check his option. And here we go. We have been waiting for a clash, and that one is possible here. We have seen Gary use some very big sizings. Things could get very tricky. Roberto, of course, going nowhere with the dominated flush draw. Does check call. Diamond could be absolute carnage, Manny.
They're gonna be interesting. Is he gonna Is he gonna bet again now is the question, or is Gary just gonna take the check back? Holy.
There you is.
That's the end of that hand.
Roberto doesn't know it. He's probably pretty good. He was forced out of the pot.
He might have dodged a bullet there by not check raising the flop as well.
For sure, Gary takes down the pot, creeps back up towards 4 million. It'd be very difficult to play against these giant sizings, Manny.
I mean, I've already told you I don't even know what to do with King Jack offsuit against the 6x open raise, so I would be in a world of pain here playing versus Gary. You really gotta give it to him. He's tough to read. He puts you in awkward spots. Yeah, but Roberto, with all his experience, doing it very well so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Any of these sort of non-standard lines can be difficult to combat. Gary checks his option with Jack-8 of hearts, does flop top pair. Roberto with a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw. Gary comes with the flop donk for 150%. This is exactly what we were talking about. Can be very difficult to play against. Does chase out a dominated hand. As you see, Gary continue to stack his chips. Guys, anyone just joining the stream or anyone who has been with us throughout, we are Heads Up. Super High Roller Circuit event. World Series of Poker ring event. This is the 5K. Gary Spinks versus Roberto Romanello for the title in the ring. Still anybody's game. Of course, in Heads Up, things can change extremely quickly. Gary limping the 5-6 of diamonds. Roberto checking his option.
I don't know for how long, but we actually have a picture of Gary there, which is not with long hair.
I know, we lost the female brunette version of the avatar. Now to serious business. Roberto does turn a double gutter. For sure cannot go anywhere. Is he considering a check raise? Be a good combo to do it with. Is content to just take the card on the river. And he has drilled it. Gary has rivered 2 pair.
Not has he only drilled it, he's also found the card that improves Gary.
Interesting, Gary with a smaller sizing than we're used to. Comes with half pot. You would imagine Roberto has a mandatory river raise here.
Especially against this size. If Gary comes in with pot or more, I think we just call this one. But against a small size, yeah, you can get paid by a lot of worse hands here, including 2 pair holdings, which Gary exactly has.
Yeah, Roberto counting out a raise, and a hefty raise. Looks like 1.3 million. Huge raise.
2 million and 375. Million. 1 million and 375. 1 million 375.
1.37 million. Gary really in the blender. Most of Roberto's river bluffs, Manny, going to come from hands with 1 spade. And he does make the call. Huge swing in this heads-up match. Gary cannot get away from his 2 pair.
Yeah, as you've mentioned, there are obviously some potential bluffing hands. The good old pair with the spade or the straight blocker with the spade. Quite some of them still in Roberto's range. Gary decides that this is the player who might bluff a little bit too often, so we make the call with our two pair. He's wrong. Roberto with an overwhelming chip lead now.
Yeah, big swing in this heads-up battle. Very difficult spot for Gary, and against an opponent as capable as Roberto, definitely going to have some bluffs. The advantage now all in Roberto's favor as he looks to close out this heads-up match. Almost a 4-1 chip lead. Blinds are now up to 60, 120k. Gary with sub 20 bigs. Fast approaching dangerous territory. Roberto going to continue the limping strat. Does outflop Gary. Flopping a pair of fives. Does continue this small flop stab strategy and indeed picks up another pot.
Yeah, the flop stabbing here with the bottom pair mainly to get like some overcard equity to fold. Mainly a protection bet slash value bet against some high cards, maybe with backdoor hearts or something. Still some worse hands, of course, that we get value from, like the stab. Obviously possible to check back here as well.
You're a small blind. Yeah, 60. Go. 120. 10 white. Option.
Gary on the button with the 6-4 of clubs. Does limp in. Very interesting. Roberto again checking a strong hand from the big. King Jack of Hearts.
Can be taken into consideration that he hasn't really seen Gary do this with mediocre hands. It's either bad or the nuts.
Sure.
So he kind of wants to keep the King Jack here in the mix to realize some equity.
Yeah, makes some sense for sure. Keeping some worse hands of Gary's also. Turn does go check, check, and Gary does river a flush.
It'll be very tough to get value though. I think Roberto is too high up in the range to turn this into a bluff.
Well, perhaps not.
120. 400. Raise 400.
Interesting. Could be a river value bet, which you wouldn't expect with King High. You would expect just a check. Gary is going to, of course, value raise with his flush. Somewhat confusing spot for Roberto here once we're checked to the river.
5 seconds.
But Gary has been playing honest, especially on the river. The snap acting has been strength so far every single time. I guess that's enough reason to fold the King Jack here.
Yep, for sure. A little negotiation here.
Yes.
Oh, Roberto pays it off.
Wow.
Very surprising hand.
Yeah, he said got to turn around. That's what I said, got to turn around. That's shit down, didn't he? I've got to be honest. He said we got to go down, and I said, I've got shit down. But you have, I can't. I wouldn't like it.
I did use it, it was like 3 seconds.
Yeah, I'm going to run over it.
It was like 3 seconds.
No.
I told you to do it. It's terrible. I told
Roberto querying being relieved of a time bank card. Thought he had enough time. Salt in the wound, Manny.
That little bit of extra spice.
Big blinds, small blind, please.
I
Just a
think
little bit
he will
extra
survive it. He will survive it, I guess.
You got big flush, you got big flush, good night.
All right, back into the action we go. Roberto with the pocket eights. This could be action, Manny. We know Gary getting short.
All in.
He has sent it, and this is it.
Call.
Roberto, of course, going to make the call. And this could be it, Manny. Pocket eights Roberto against the queen 10 of Gary.
It's a classic.
Title on the line. Oh, and Roberto flops middle set. Gary with top pair, gonna need two runners. The turn is a 5, and that is it. We say GG, Gary Spinks, well played, and a huge congratulations. Roberto Romanello, World Series of Poker Circuit Super High Roller Champion. Fantastic performance from wire to wire. Takes home £66,500 and the World Series of Poker Circuit ring. What a performance, Manny, from Roberto.
I mean, it's been the Roberto Romanello show from hand number 1. What a portray of play. He showed what happens when you mix relentless aggression with experience and skill. You go home with a WSOP circuit ring and £66,500. Well done. Very great poker. Congratulations, Roberto Romanello.
Yeah, well said, Manny. Fantastic performance from Roberto. Led the final table wire to wire. And let's say a very well-deserved commiserations to Mr. Gary Spinks. Second place money, 43k. Roberto, you've done it again. £66,500 World Series of Poker Super High Roller Champion. So guys, that is it for the evening. All that remains for me to do is thank you for joining us. Hope you enjoy the coverage. And thank you to my co-host, Mr. Manuel Zapf. We will be back on Monday for live coverage of the main event, 5 p.m. UK time. Come and join us. We'll be taking it all the way through to crowning the champion. Thanks very much, everybody. Good night.
Thank you. Good night.